Hello? 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 Oh, hello. Hello, Ian. Bjorn. Hello there. How's it going? We got the didgeridoo. It's just... I can't play it, though. It's a didgeridoo. Oh, look at that. Hello. 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 Where's it? Hello. Hello. I mean, I don't know what you guys can hear. I don't. Look. No one can beat us in an argument now. I've won every argument, any conversation, anything that happens. I can't play it because I laugh every time I blow it. I'm not very good at playing it at the moment. I need more didgeridoo practice. That's about as good as we got so far. It's pretty good. I mean, we've not got the circular breathing part. Oh, God. I would rate my didgeridoo playing maybe like a 3 out of 10 at the moment, maybe like a 1 out of 10. It's definitely it is. We need some work. I'll keep practicing. And we'll keep improving. There's no rush. There's no rush. You have to didgeridoo at your own pace. It's good enough to win arguments though already. That's the main point. That's what really matters.
Right side, clear on the right.
How's everybody doing? I thought we could do a bit of Super Formula. The wheel. Ping. Bit too strong there on the forces. I think it'll take us at least a month to learn how to play the didgeridoo. But it's well worth it. It's probably the best thing that's ever happened to me, getting a didgeridoo. I don't think my life will ever be. I think we've peaked. I have to use IRFFB with this car.
Car right. Clear.
Oh, the old barrel roll. Yeah. Nice driving technique he's got going there. It's a classic. Well, is there anything better than a didgeridoo? Really? Imagine you're a fine German lady rock climbing. You're climbing up a rock face, and you're like, "Oh, ich bin enjoying myself on the rock face, but I am climbing." And then in the distance, you could hear that. You'd be like, "Ich wonder what this sound is. Ich must investigate." And then, do you know what I mean? Pretty powerful. See Super Formula Lights at Spa, yeah. Fortunately, I seem to have forgotten how to drive iRacing. Every time I go from one sim to another sim, we have trouble. The trouble has arisen. It's also the most realistic. Hello, Orimu. How's it going, man? I feel terrible today. You got destroyed yesterday. Oh, Alton Park. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I had some blood tests recently, and the doctor said to me I have the vitamin D levels of a sim racer. I've been going outside. I've been exercising and going outside all week. Ridiculous. Why do I always feel worse when I exercise? It's life, guys. I've been punished. My body hates me. But, oh well, we'll keep going. We'll drink lots of tea, it'll be fine. I think Alton Park with the F4 would be great. I'm thinking of like what I'm thinking of a challenge we could do. Hang on, is it Tuesday today? Oh no, it's Tuesday yesterday. It's Wednesday today. I was thinking it could be fun to I don't know, like maybe like a 3-day iRating challenge or something. What do you think? It's a terrible idea. It's a really bad idea, but I'm pretty good at bad ideas. Is this field of view? Field of view is a bit high. It's good. Oromoo. 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 Oromoo.
I am Oromoo, Mountain God. You dare set foot on my base? You will never climb to the top of Oromoo. I am above the clouds. I am taller than all mankind. I am Oromoo. Climb me you will try. I will smite you with my landslides, my avalanches, and my erratic weather conditions.
Mount Oromoo. What we need is AI that can generate images to improv immediately, and then that'd be amazing. That'd be too dangerous, that. I keep thinking that hut on the right looks like a cow. The cow shed. Yeah, exactly. It looks like a Minecraft cow. I don't remember noticing it in real life. I know there's a toilet on top of the hill. I don't remember noticing that hut. We're getting faster here. 2 minutes till the race starts.
Last position.
Hello, Bing. Bink.
Bink.
Hello. How's it going? BingQ. BingQ. BingQ monitors. How you doing? Welcome along. Welcome to the Oh, nice. Schnitzels. I had half a chicken today. I had half an air fried piri piri chicken, and had some rice, vegetable rice with it. And then I've had 3 yogurts. And I had 2 yogurts whilst I went for a walk this morning. And I had 2 yogurts whilst I was walking. And I just had a yogurt a minute ago.
Go right.
Oh, you weren't finished with the LMU video? Spatchcock chicken. Half a spatchcock chicken. Piri piri. My glorious LMU video. My low effort information dump video. Ugh. LMU's alright, you know. You could use my didgeridoo as a trumpet if you want. That's all I can do so far. That's it. That's it. Day 1 of didgeridoo ownership. I can't do circular breathing yet. That's all we got so far. That's where we're at. Day 1. Yeah, it's good for breathing, but I always pass out because I can't circular breathe. Supposed to use like your... I used to be able to play the trombone. I'm dizzy now. Yeah. I'll practice circular breathing until I can do it. I can half circular breathe. Not whilst I'm laughing. I can half circular breathe, but the problem is, so I can half do it, but then when I try and breathe in again, it resets. It's a psychological war. The other thing you can do is you can keep going like you can practice doing it little bits, and then eventually you could you get the hang of it. But I'm a slow learner. It's going to take a while. Hello, trackside views. But you know, at least if someone says to me, someone can go, oh, iRacing's tyre model's fine, and I can just go, do I need to put the microphone on the floor then? I need a didgeridoo that goes back up to my face mic. Well, yeah, but you can't argue with it, can you? You can't take issue with anything I say, because if anybody says anything and they're wrong, I'll play the didgeridoo. Honestly, it's the best thing I've ever bought. Yeah, but I need to learn how to circular breathe so I can continue winning the argument. I underestimated how hard circular breathing would be. What do you mean, Big? I went to Australia. Right, let's qualify here. Where else would you get a didgeridoo from? I had to get a yucca tree root, a tree, cut it, dry it out, find the right... I had to get some termites to dig it out. I made friends with the local Aborigine, and he's given me lessons. It's been fantastic. Oh, you can join our YouTube if you want to. Subscribe to YouTube. If you're on Twitch. I feel like if I can learn how to play the didgeridoo, I can die happy. At the moment, I don't think I can die happy. I think I'll die unhappy. But if I can master a didgeridoo, I can die happy. How can you be sad if you can play a didgeridoo? Do you know what I mean? This isn't transparent. This is a micro OLED screen in front of me, projecting the view. Oh, here we go. I do a poll, guys, for those of you that are wasting your time watching this live stream. I do a poll.
Okay.
No trust. I don't trust myself, to be honest. I trust no one. See, I didn't even hit the break point there. I can't even breathe. Well, it's hard. The guy from Crocodile Dundee, nice. Thanks for that. That's not a knife. Straight. If I can play the didgeridoo, I think I can get a visa for Australia. Don't think I need one. Do you need a visa to go to Australia as a Brit? Is New Zealand part of the Commonwealth? Australia is, isn't it? But oh, you see, Doom guy with the great joke. They just have to commit a crime. What about the crime of being an annoying live streamer? That's good enough. They've just done the UK update to Microsoft Flight Sim, which would be awesome to check out. So you should be doing that Flight Sim racing, to be honest. Do you want our sheep or not? Hello, Lily Panda. I could practice circular breathing whilst driving. I can't do it. I can't do it. God damn it. Hello. I managed to do it earlier a little bit. It must click. It must be like when you manage to do a lap time. How's it possible? You're just using you use your cheek muscles to keep pushing air out your mouth whilst you breathe in, basically. So in the time when you breathe in, your cheek muscles are pushing the air out your mouth still. So you have to learn how to control your cheek muscles to the extent where they're pushing air out precisely whilst you're quickly breathing in. And then you also have to learn how to then recharge your cheek muscles a bit. Hang on. You have a VKB Gunfighter MK3 joystick base, and you want to get the Moser force feedback joystick base because you want force feedback. I don't see what the problem is there. Just get it using my affiliate link. What do you mean am I practicing to play a didgeridoo? My life is all about didgeridoo now. I realised the only way to deal with people that can't accept bad force feedback and tire models is to win the argument via didgeridoo.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
You can't disagree with didgeridoos. I could put it on pedal camera. Once I've got circular breathing, we're good. Once we've got the circular breathing, we're halfway there. We're halfway there. Well, people donated for me to get a didgeridoo because I wanted one. So, because it's to win arguments. Here we go. Why would you not expect me to have a didgeridoo? Surely it's the most obvious thing that I would have. I told you I went to Australia on my kayak and I befriended an Aborigines fellow. And I said, "Oh, show me the way of the didge." And he was like, "Okay." And then we found a yucca tree. And some that had some termites eating it, and we cut off the branch and tapped it, and it was alright, and we had to dry it out. It took months. Really, really formative experience in my life, to be honest. Pole. There we go.
The estimated strength of field is 2,200.
Top 10. It's not happening, is it? But we might as well go for it.
We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Here we go, guys. Can't do it, guys. Oh no!
Green, green, green.
Stop didgeridoo practicing.
Car on your left. Still hold. Left side, too wide. Clear on the left. Left side, still there, hold your line.
Why are you driving into me?
Keep to the right.
What is wrong with people in iRacing? They're absolutely brain dead. Monumental levels of brain deadness.
Right side, you're on the left. 3 wide. Still hold. Hold your line. Right side, 2 wide. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Seven wide.
Left side. You're on the right. 3 wide. Car on your left. 2 wide. Left side. Go right. Go left. Still there. Keep to the right. Still
I love how
there.
clean the
Still
driving
there.
is in this
Car on your
simulator.
left. 2 wide. Still there. Hold your line. You're in the top 10. Stay on the right. Clear. Car on your left.
Why is he going up the inside? He doesn't have the draft.
Still there.
What an
hold your line.
idiot! Oh my god. Oh, you idiot! He's driven into the back of me! Oh my god!
There's an incident ahead. Clear.
Absolutely brain dead driving. I can't drive through the car in front of me, so I have to lift. And obviously he's just... iRacers, honestly, are chronically unable
Clear.
to do the most basic racecraft. It's absolutely insane. It's entertaining for you guys, but it's so mental.
There's an incident ahead. You got a straight
It's
car on the left.
mental.
Go right.
Hopefully I haven't got damage. How can people be so bad in the top split with such an easy to drive car? It's entertaining, but it's just actually crazy. Oh dear. But what does the car behind want me to do? I can't go faster because I'm literally on the rear of the car in front and I've got his draft. I can't keep driving through the car in front. They need some didgeridoo for sure. It's entertaining though.
You're in fifth. side.
I wonder if we do have a bit of damage.
Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
It might be okay.
Left side. Still there. Keep to the right. Clear.
Yeah, it's the bus opening its doors. Yeah. Maybe you need to sleep on the circular breathing for it to start working. I know, I'd rather not know, Deej. This is Formula Super Lights.
Right side. Still there. Clear on the right. New bar flat for you. Left side. Keep to the right.
I love iRacing's safety rating system, where I've done nothing wrong this race, avoided 3 mental crashes, and apparently that equates to 9x. Thank you. Your system works imperviously, iRacing. No issues at all. Nothing to work on there. Nailed the game design. Even the Minecraft cow is laughing at you. Do you have to also make a sound with? It's like you make a fart sound with your lips, and then you can also do stuff with your mouth, and you can also talk through it, and you can also do stuff with your breathing. There's loads of stuff you can do. Stuff with your tongue. It's a wind instrument. Yeah, it's not breathing in and breathing out, it's using your cheeks to keep pushing air whilst you're breathing. I don't know why they call it circular breathing. Again, it's the same people that do driver coaching. It's the same mentality where people, it's exactly like turn into the steer, counters turn into the slide. Honestly, I think people that teach stuff and the language used is often completely moronic and no one questions it. Circular breathing is not circular breathing. It is using your cheeks to maintain air pressure on your mouth whilst you breathe in. But who came up with circular breathing? They don't even describe it. Oh dear. I hate educators. Well, I wouldn't ever run for government, would I? I think you have to be mental to be in government. And we just started, Craigs. We got the didgeridoo. I no longer need to make any arguments about anything. I can just blow the didgeridoo. It's simple. It's genius. I've solved all problems. Been catching these cars actually, it's quite good. Get on the tail here. It's our first race in Super Formula at this track. I can't play my didgeridoo whilst driving. Yeah, it's a really long straight and it's maximum speed, so you'll get a lot of draft. Like the engine's at its max, so the lack of resistance from the air will give you that little bit extra. Yeah, I mean, it's lower than the F3 cars draft, and it's lower than what cars used to be in iRacing. iRacing reduced. I mean, it's quite a lot of draft. I don't disagree, but it's iRacing reduced how much draft there was with a lot of cars about a year ago. Don't know why. It's good fun having draft. Oh, I guess some real cars don't have that much draft.
The car in P1
Depends.
just set the fastest lap, 10.8.
I know. Well, it did reduce a lot of crashing in F4. Non-alcoholic Guinness, guys. Well good. I drink like a pint a day of it. Maybe 2. Well, didgeridoo is direct drive, isn't it? It's straight on the shaft. There's no. It's the most direct of instruments, really. It's just a pipe. Oh no, punters are behind us. Get ready to get punted. Here comes the punt. I think we do have a fraction of damage from the rear ending we got earlier on. Probably highly addictive drugs. Maybe they put tea bags in it. I don't know. I'm going to get wrecked by this car behind me, I can tell.
Left side. Stay on the right. Still there. Clear. Car on your
There
left.
it is.
Clear.
Car
on your left.
What on earth is wrong with iRacers?
Still there.
He sticks his nose in, understeers, and doesn't leave enough space for me on the outside, and so almost pit manoeuvres me. Fortunately, I knew we would do that, so I stayed on the brake to avoid it. I didn't turn right into him. I'm over half a car in front of him through the corner. He still had space for his car, and he's not got the speed to actually exit in front, so he's put his car in a completely pointless place. And then we've net-coded on him as well.
Left side.
We'll watch the replay.
Keep to the right.
We'll watch the replay.
Clear.
It's better than a dashcam channel. You can't just stick part of your nose on the back wheel of a car in front and then demand that they give up the entire corner for you whilst you then understeer into them. That's not something you can do informally. In real life, it's really likely to either burst damage the tyre of the car in front or wreck the nose cone of the car behind. So people tend not to do it because it's not in anyone's interest. It's just a random thing. In iRacing, it ends up with rando spins and shit happening. So you'd think that people would go, "Oh, hang on, maybe let's not do that." But
Clear on the right.
alas, they do.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Nothing's worth buying. Don't buy any of it.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
I'm pretty sure we got damage from that rear end contact we had, because we were catching with those other guys before without draft, and then since that contact we've sort of been only just about able to keep up with the draft.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome. Moses CSA, welcome. Yeah, never expect gentleman racing. iRacing, it's either they wreck you and they have zero racecraft, or they just pull over and let you pass. That's it. Those are the two. That's the two options. Very rarely, like maybe one in 40 interactions,
Clear.
you will get like actual good side-by-side racing with people holding lines, defending properly. But that's maybe 1 in 30 races. Or if you're driving really shit cars like GT3 and it's so dull that there's nothing else people can do. If you're driving actual race cars that are nimble and responsive. Oh, Oval's terrible as well. But it's funny. It's entertaining, but it's terrible. I like trucks, oval trucks. I like being shouted at by Americans. Yeah, super speedways with trucks and stuff like it is good fun.
Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Okay. That was good defensive move,
All
man.
right. Clear on the
Moved
right.
to the inside before I could go. Good driving. Not sure about the lawn mowing, but
Right side. Clear.
thanks for subscribing. Should have just enough gap here to get the draft to overtake into final corner, with him then driving into us. We'll see.
All right. Still there, hold your line. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 4.5 seconds. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Fair play to him. Good driving by him there.
On the left.
Nice driving. Oh,
Guys.
nice racing at the end there.
Ticket
Good
flag.
job. Whoever was next to me.
Great job. You did really well.
Yeah, that was good. That was actually all right driving by him. I squeezed him, and he went in. I squeezed him as much as I could. I could have squeezed him a bit more, but he's on the inside, so that was actually good racing. He's on the inside, so it actually makes sense for him to brake later because I can't turn in then. I can't turn in, so he's got authority over the corner. And then the idea is that you're squeezing them so that they can't get an apex at all, so they then have to brake sooner. But the choice he then has is to actually brake later to then go deeper into the corner, which is what he did. And then he went deeper there, but
Yeah, nice race.
I couldn't switch back. But it's good. It was good racing. No, I mean he's come to the left, which has caused what's caused that contact. I'm driving in a straight line, so he opened the corner a bit too much for himself, but it's fine. That's totally fine. What was it? What was what were we complaining about? Who was it that tried to wreck us? Someone drove into us. Oh, here we go. What is he doing? It's just stupid. I'm at the point of the corner. It's exactly what I said happened. I'm only like wheel away, so he can't. At this point here, he needs to either be going this way or he needs to brake more. He can't keep turning there. Like, it's insane. It's exactly what I said happened, and people. What is he planning to happen? He's already pitting me. It's a textbook example of how atrocious the driving is in this often. That's entirely him entirely preventable by him not trying to pit maneuver us. At which point... No, I'm not turning in as if he's not there. He's pit manoeuvring my car. So at this point here, he can't do a productive overtake at all. So it's impossible for him. He's not even close. This contacts my vehicle here. Now he keeps turning into my car. He's now pit maneuver. This is him turning right, which is pit maneuvering my vehicle. That's him rotating my car. At no point am I turning left into him. This is entirely... He's created... And I called this out. Doesn't matter what my steering's doing. Yeah, because I'm trying not to get pit manoeuvred. I'm trying not to be pit manoeuvred. No, I can't. My steering. Are you mental? My steering wheel's turning right, and then we're turning left because we're dealing with the car driving into us. Mate. You've earned yourself a didgeridoo. You can't. I mean, I'm sorry. You've earned the first didgeridoo. There it is. There it is. I'm sorry, but like you. I refuse to argue with idiots. You can have the didgeridoo. You can have the didgeridoo. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done using logic and reason to deal with these people. All you can do is use the didgeridoo, and there's no, you can't, there's no counter argument for the didgeridoo. No, I need to learn how to circular breathe. You can't, if you're the car behind, right, you can't drive into the rear tyre of the car in front whilst they're turning right and then keep driving into them. You can't, that's an illegal move. That's called a pit manoeuvre. This is the guy's CV for the local police force. Right, this is a good way of thinking about stuff. Can this guy ever end up in front out of this corner from the position he's in without wrecking this car? No, he cannot. There's nothing he can do. He's already driving into us here, and then he's already rotated us here. So you can't. He's trying to read the side pod. You can't be like, oh, I'm driving into the rear of the car in front, so they have to now have to move out of my way entirely because I'm driving into the rear of the car. This isn't rental go-karting. It's not. Yeah, I mean, you know. Right, look at the start of this race. It's really stupid. Can you imagine if it was me going, oh, I'm going up the inside, and then I pit manoeuvre the car in front of you, and then I go, Can you imagine how mental people go? Else funny, yeah, you do understand that every car is part of an incident. Child walking across the road. The car's hit the child crossing the road at the level crossing. It was a green light for the child. They weren't breaking any rules. They were actually following the road laws. Totally fine, but a car hit them. Excuse me, my excuse for running over the child is that they were part of the incident. They're part of the incident, guys. The child could have moved out of the way. Yeah, I could have just moved over and let the car ram in the back of me pass. Yeah, for sure. Right, look at this. There's some pretty funny crashes in this. Right, this is good. 4 wide. Elsa funny. If a car is driving into your rear wheel and pitting you, it doesn't matter what the car in front is doing. It's irrelevant. If the car behind is driving into the car in front and trying to make a pass where they can't pass without causing a wreck, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I've given you the didgeridoo. Do you need another? I'll give you some more. Hang on. I can't spend any more time on you, I'm afraid. Let me just give you some more didgeridoo here. Just there we go. Now, just wait till we get circular breathing down, and this will be epic. But for now, you have to imagine we're circular breathing. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. Right, look at this. Look at this. What is this? What is this, guys? He just drives straight into the wall. It doesn't make any sense. iRacing never change. This is why we play this. Hello, Norton the kid. Why does he not make any effort after the contact? He makes no effort to really avoid it, but then he's just like, I'll just drive into the wall. It's like his wheel broke, and he just drives straight into the wall. Where are you, Lard Cake? What's your name in game? Stupid crash. Right, why? Why does he just like... He gets hit... Right, first of all, right, he can see that this guy's spinning here. Right, he sees that guy spin, so you'd be like, oh, okay, I might as well go really far to the right. He does nothing. He just holds the track line, because he's playing it as per the rules of iRacing, where it goes stupid track cut penalties. So he just drives. Like, why not just, like, at this point here, you really probably should consider driving off the track, you know. I appreciate the dedication. The dedication to not driving off the track is really impressive. So credit where credit's due. He's following the rules. He's probably a traffic warden. He doesn't want to go over the double yellows or something. I don't know. But then this here, why does he just keep driving? Is he unconscious or something? I don't understand. Why would you just... Why? Why wouldn't you do anything? Why would you just drive straight into the wall? Oh, I think he's broken his wheels, so his steering's not doing anything. Oh, he's so stupid. Doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, maybe his hands are broken. He's shattered his wrists. He's using a DD. Oh, I like the Sonic the Hedgehog thing on the livery. His wrists are shattered. She's using a 50 Newton meter DD wheel. Oh dear. Yeah, I think his wheel's broken off, so that's why it's not doing anything. You put your E-stop on your bum, so when you clench. It's a good idea. Oh dear, guys. Already this is delivering top-notch action. Did we get a rating from this? Well, my livery's got like all the information on it to help people avoid us. Mind the gap, caution, proceed with caution. You know, this is helping. Camera watching. This has helped us. Ah, dear. Anybody else want to argue with us? We can. Any excuse for me to get the dig out, to be honest. Oh, fixed Formula 4. We can alternate between the fixed super. What's it called? You know, Super Formula Light. Oh, hang on. Wait, we actually finished okay now. The poll might have actually been an okay poll result. Sixth. Oh no, that's the wrong. It's not update. Oh, they've broken this again. Oh no, there you go. It's just slow to update. Eighth place. Get in there. Results on the poll here. Choose prediction outcome. Top 10. Yes. There you go. New poll for the F4 at Alton Park. We'll do a top 8. 15 minutes. There you go. Terjelli, you had fun in the AMS2 Beta LMU ACR3 and Richard Burns Rally yesterday. Doing all of it. You need to add a do not buy logo to it. Oh dear. Have we got any comments on the LMU video? What are people saying? LMU can have my money once VR sorted out.
And you're not.
Issues with DLC, early access. Even if you're happy with what you get today, you're not sure what you will in a week due to the volatile nature of early access. Well, but that's the same with the game that's come out. You're still buying whatever's there. Until native VR. Have they sorted the menu lag out? Yeah. Unfortunately, selling new content is more important than implementing base functionality. Well, that's a misunderstanding. Look, people often make the mistake of thinking that. So
The pace car is out of control.
Content doesn't necessarily get in the way of other features of a game, like the underlying engine, game logic, stability, all that kind of stuff is done by separate programmers normally. Like the cars are mostly the art like a car in a driving sim is mostly 3D modeling, so art team, sound, art team, car setup, and like making the car actually work in the simulator. But again, it's all art team. It's not programmers. It's not the underlying tech. If a car has new features, then new tech will have to be developed for it, and so that can be if it's complex features. But if it's a car, if you already have a similar car in a simulator already, then the code base that the car relies on is already there basically. So it's nothing to do with the programmers who are working on Well, the dashboard stuff should already be there if there's other cars with dashboards. And it probably uses... There's only like... Wait, modern cars, it's still... The type of programmer that does dashboard logic and stuff is probably going to be different to the programmer that's fixing underlying game, you know, underlying engine issues or underlying stability, you know, that kind of stuff. So even when it does use programmers, they're typically going to be like gameplay programmers or tools programmers, or, you know, they're not... It's a separate group of people to who is responsible for the absolute underlying tuning of the game. So people seem to make this... A lot of games players make that mistake when they get annoyed about new content being released, and then they're like, oh, well, you've had enough time to do this content, but not enough, you know, but you've not done this other thing. I'd say the exception to that is like if you do rain in something like iRacing, or you do some really complex system, that has a really big knock-on effect to other stuff, because, for example, if you do weather, well, now you have to have different tyres, then you need to implement that for all the different cars, and all the artists need to do all that stuff, and then, you know, then the graphics has to then actually run smooth with that, and then there's all this other stuff to do. So, but that's the core engine feature, basically. So, yeah, they sorted out the menu lag, yeah. So, well, it seems I run with VSync on, so maybe if you don't have VSync on, it doesn't work. But I mean, it's not the snappiest of menus, but it never has been. So I don't know. It's like it wasn't bad enough that it put me off playing the game. The game does crash quite a lot as well, actually, which is a bit of a problem. But yeah, the term early access is completely arbitrary. It doesn't mean anything. Every game's early access these days, unfortunately. Even when it releases, they all need updates and stuff. The Matty Online, we've already had someone try to argue with us, but we now have the didgeridoo, so anytime someone says something stupid, and that's it. It puts an end to it. Puts an end to it. The moment I've learnt to circular breathe, it'll be fantastic. We're struggling. So it's kind of like that. I can't do it relaxed though. I can't do it relaxed. Can't do it relaxed. I could like do the pushing out with the cheeks, but then when I breathe in, I can't recharge up again while still doing it. I've got like part. I've only just got part of it. R-Factor 2's never come out of beta, no, it's not meant to. This is the didgeridoo stream. Why do iRacing make every British track grey, no sunshine? I know it's shit in the UK, but iRacing, it's actually a piss take. We do like to see the sunshine, or at least pretend that we can. It's better just be the practice session. Do I need to do an advertisement for you guys? Hello, welcome to the Gamer Muscle YouTube channel. This is a place of despair, misery, forced feedback rants and complaints about tyre models that are worse than games from 20 years ago.
Idiot.
If you enjoy yourself, why not click the follow button? Why not click the like button? Why not join the Gamer Muscle Discord? Why not? How can you support us if you want to? Well, there are many ways, seeing that you ask. We have Prime memberships for free if you link your accounts. Channel memberships for the beauty of the DD girl who descends from the sky. Direct donation links for wasting money that you no longer need. Like button clicking. And of course, I'm leaving it on that, just to keep you in suspense. Hang on.
Right side, clear. Car right, clear on the right.
Did you
Slow car ahead. Car stop on the left.
hear that iRacing? They're making it so that if you're under 18, you're not allowed to play anymore.
You fucking have helium in your water.
If you're under 18, you have to prove your age.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Oh, it's a really pleasant environment in here. This session's ending. I don't know why they're so fussed about it. iRacers. So many of them. So many of them lost in the EP pit of despair. Hello, Dan Passini. Claude OJ. Well, I don't think children should be allowed to play iRacing, to be honest, because it's a pretty first of all, they will get the wrong idea of how physics work and probably be involved in a fatal car accident. Then there's also the real danger of them having to talk to like old people that are miserable and depressed. I don't think it's a particularly good place for children. It's not as bad as you know, it's probably safer than your average American school where you're liable to get shot. But like out, you know, compared to British environments for children, I'd say this is pretty bad. What's involved in hosting your own iRacing server? Download Assetto Corsa and host your server in that. That's you can rent servers though in this. Yeah, I like the Rage though. It's good fun.
No self-promo, please, Jordan.
Cheers, Joseph.
£1 fish. Is it £1 to host? Yeah, iRacing hosting stuff's a bit weird. Right, here we go, guys. We've got the poll. We've got the poll here. Okay, there's 56,000 points for yes that we're getting the top 10. 66,000 points for yes. It's exciting times, really. well, I don't think they're in this race. So I don't really talk to people in the race unless it's to annoy Dave Cam. What I want to do, what I think I might do is in AC1 do host 45-minute races, mixed multi-class. So we do 45-minute LMP2 and GTE. I think it could be quite fun. £1 fish. Have a look. £1 fish. Very, very good. £1 fish. It's a classic, that song. Oh no, I bought the LMU DLC, so I gave them £40 of Great British Game of Muscle. I basically redistributed your donations to LMU. So you guys, even if you didn't get it, those of you that support me with channel memberships and stuff, you've unwittingly given money to Motorsport Games. How does that feel?
Green flag, green flag.
That's how I managed to remain unbiased and focused on what matters, force feedback detail. Yeah, but I probably do short races as well. I just want to do like some longer races that I think it's quite fun to watch. 45 minutes is quite a good time for viewers to watch, with like a multi-class thing with an LMP2. Maybe if we only do 1 or 2 of them in a night, we do sprint races as well. But and AMS2 is not very good, so I don't play it that much. Like the physics just aren't very good. I should just play AC instead. It's a good track, this. Oh yeah, well I mean I've already had death threats from Reza fans, so I trying to get death threats from every community. Had them from iRacers, had them from ACC players, had them from MS2 fans. It's like Pokemon but with death threats.
One more lap.
So people might wonder, why does Game of Muscle mock people so relentlessly? It's like, well, you receive death threats from fanboys, and either you can be like, oh, get annoyed by it, or you can go, wow, let's take the piss out of people more. Well, yeah, it will be game changing for sure. I'm excited. I hope it is game changing. That'd be nice. Be interesting, but I'm sure it'll be basically exactly the same, but you know, whatever. Be interesting. If it is, fair play. I don't preemptively go into games wanting them to be bad or expecting them to be bad, or I want the developers and people to enjoy stuff and for it to be as successful as possible. Ah, I forgot which track I was driving in the chat
Slow
room.
down. You got a penalty for cutting the cord.
The Matty Online. Well, not unless something better comes along. But yeah, I played LFS for ages, and R Factor 1, and Netcar and stuff. Yeah, and Richard Burns Rally. Unless something better comes out, then yeah, why? Like, there's no point just playing the new thing because it's new. The only thing that I'm hypocritical on in that sense is that I should really play more BeamNG, but I just don't play it because it's a bit of a faff to get into, and also DCS as well. I probably would enjoy them, and I do like aspects of them, but I just can't be bothered to get into them. Yeah, LFS is great. It's a little bit plain. I think it's the track models though. I can't remember what it was. I was playing something on it. It had a better track model, and it was oh, and it was more fun. That's one of the big advantages of laser scan tracks in modern simulators. Is the laser scan gives a nice detail, but then the developer can put bumps and stuff where they would be in real life, and the texture of the track and the undulations obviously more like real life, which is quite hard for someone to just guess at, and so you end up with the like little texture sort of movements which make you feel like you're on a road coming through the wheel better. It's one of the biggest things that happen from laser scan tracks. Hello, Chad. Right, how many points are on the line? Oh my, we've got 100,000 points for yay and 100,000 for nay. This is going to be an intense race. Hello. Oh, you drove the GR86. Yeah, it's because the GR86 has good traction control on it, so it stops you going over the limit, but then as soon as you push it over the limit, it brakes. It's great. It's quite fun on Spa, though. Yeah, it's pretty funny, isn't it? But yeah, originally I thought the GR86 was really good, and then I noticed, oh, it's just the TC masking the issue. On flowing tracks, look at these little concrete lookout boxes. If you crash, hello Evil Tech. Well, no, I mean, if it's my fault, it's my fault. But if it's not, it's not. And then if someone disagrees, then the didgeridoo comes out, and they can't argue with it. Thanks to the diff coast diff power adjustment, you picked up half a second. Ah. Now you need to do 50 laps and then turn it back to what it was, and you pick up another half second.
The estimated strength of field is 2,000.
Oh, here we go.
Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
We don't. We're like Britain and America. We don't do democracy here. It's dictatorship presented as a democracy. The illusion of democracy, but without the reality.
Five cars left to grid.
Oh, this is going to be a disaster. This is the this car track combo is a classic car track combo for disaster. One of the all-time greats. Oh, here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Thanks for subscribing. Welcome, Neo Skywalker.
There's an incident ahead, left side. Clear. There's an incident ahead. Car on your left, clear.
That's like 3 down. P1's gone.
Left side, there's an incident ahead. You're on the right, 3 wide, go left. Left side, 2 wide. Clear, left side, clear.
It's a little bit close. Oh, we missed it all somehow. Somehow we didn't get wrecked by the car behind us. He was trying his hardest. He was trying his hardest to wreck us, the car behind, but he missed us. I do, I like pushing it a million times.
Well, everybody.
Well, everybody. Thanks for the well, everybody. Beautiful. Javier Jaguri Langzagatakugu. I like racing against people with clear, easy to pronounce names. Just call him Javier. It's the clown car, isn't it? We've seen this guy before.
Go right.
That was very close.
Nice space, dude. Nice space.
Like, iRacing is just a game of, like... It's like playing catch with explosives. With a fuse. And then occasionally it blows people's hands off. It's like firework catch. Like it's like one of those 90s firework safety videos. Hot potato with a hand grenade. Kaplunk with Claymore Kaplunk. Only your head is the ball.
Car in P2, just set the fastest lap, 32.24. New fastest lap for you.
It's a very hard track to overtake on. The blue car behind us will probably want to pass me. I'm kind of stuck behind these two cars. So, it might even be good for me to let the blue car, just let the blue car pass and maybe take these guys out or get trapped by them.
Car right. Keep to the left.
Let him go.
Clear.
Let's see if he can take him out. Yeah, I've yielded to him because I feel like the two cars in front seem very erratic, and I feel like this blue car is quite like to crash into them. In which case, then the blue car will die because the blue car's faster than me. So it will take the blue car out and maybe one of those cars. That's my plan. It's unlikely he's going to pass the explosive car, let's be honest. Ah, bloody hell.
Right side.
Okay, well we got past the explosive car. I thought he was going to crash into him. Okay, the green car didn't seem to be driving too bad. Tactical kamikaze switcheroo. Yeah, it's a trademark iRacing move established in 2007.
Mate, what was that rejoin?
You got a slow car on the left.
Oh, this blue car is really trying to get past the green car here. Oh, he's lagging. It's going to be hard to get past him. That I did a bit of a fake move.
Okay, on the left.
Just unsettled him a bit.
Keep to the left. Clear.
Try not to lose the draft of the car in front. Well, it worked out letting the blue car through. We need to not lose his draft though. You know, your game smoothing works really well when the car in front is driving through the wall.
The leader is running 32.807. New fast flat for you.
Yeah, he probably is quite good, Nasty Butler, yeah. And it's not really my type of game, but I can see why a lot of people would like it.
Left side. Clear. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Oh, stupid physics in this fucking stupid game.
Mate, you're getting fucking reported.
Right side.
Stupid time
Keep to the
model.
left.
Such a bad time model.
Clear on the right.
Mate, you're
Right
getting
side.
reported. You are shit driver.
Stay on the left. Clear.
It's so dumb when you push in iRacing and then it goes. How dare you do something like that? Ah, dear. Yeah, the kid just having it. I don't know what he's on about. Ah, Jesus Christ. Like. Oh wow, we've got 3 cars overtaking.
You got it. Slow car on the right. Left side. Stay on the right. Clear. Left side. Stay on the right.
What on earth is wrong with people in iRacing? You can't just keep driving into a piece of track that's not there and then expect the car in front does not have to turn to the right to let you through. It's insane. Why doesn't iRacing moderate this at all? Like, I know if I drive a normal line there, he's wrecking me. And he still manages to drive into me. How on earth does do you just hold a line, get them to wreck you, and then report them every time? Is that what people need to do? Is that the only thing to do at the expense of getting wrecked? It's actually insane. I don't know where this sort of... I don't see this type of driving happening to this degree in other simulators, where a car... There isn't space on the inside at all, and then someone just drives up the inside. I think they're taking advantage of people not... people that are scared of losing safety rating.
Car on your left, clear. Slow car ahead. Left side.
So a lot of people will just...
Keep to the right.
A lot of people will just move out of the way when they shouldn't, and then that reinforces the bad behaviour.
You're in the top 10.
Like, iRacing rewards really bad racecraft. Well, in real life karting and stuff, it doesn't really matter, and in other sims it doesn't matter because you can knock other cars without the penalty system being absurd and without it causing a guaranteed wreck. Whereas in iRacing, if you're knocked to a point where your tyres go over the limit at all, it's basically game over.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 2.6 seconds.
It does make for entertaining viewing though, so maybe I shouldn't complain. Just make for stupid crashes constantly.
Left side. Stay on the right. Clear.
Yeah, no, it definitely was BRT. That the smoothing is designed around the oval, where you don't have sudden change of direction. That is 100% what's happened. And they do change some of the stuff for the different series, but. Bloody hell! Almost hit the wall, man. They've done tweaks and stuff, but the fundamental stuff's all still there. In a sense, that happens with all sims. Like,
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
Assetto Corsa 1 still has some stuff in it that was in the original Netcar.
The leader is running 33.028.
A project, even R Factor 2, even LMU, Automobilista 2, they have stuff in it that was in the original R Factor. It's like even some of the bugs. You know the pit hold bug, where it won't let you go to track, and your pit box guy is waving you on, but you can't move. That's an R Factor 1 bug, and it's still happening. It happens in LMU, it happens in Automobilista 2. Happens in Project Cars 2. It's from R Factor 1. It's pretty funny. I love the fact that Trump is likely to get beaten by a black woman. That's amazing. Can you imagine how much that's going to piss him off? Just be funny to watch him have a paddy.
Left side. Still there. Keep to the right. Clear.
Kamala, I don't know how you say her name. She seems like a really good candidate as a president, to be honest. Like, way better than... Obviously still represents the fundamental corrupt democratic bollocks. Don't get me wrong, I'm not on the side of entrenched American politics, and I don't believe it's a true democracy. But putting that to one side, she seems like a way better presidential candidate than
Cast off the head.
Biden and Trump and Bush. Like, she can talk clearly.
Alright, there's checkered flag.
You know, she's coherent.
Great job. You did really well.
She's dumber than a box of rocks. Well, I don't know. She seems less dumb than... at least she can talk clearly, so I'll take that. She just bursts out with manic laughter.
Sorry, though, okay.
No, see, here we go. Right. Look at this. Do you not? So first of all of those candidates are puppets. So why do people think that they're like Trump isn't a puppet? It's like, yeah, he is, obviously, to like the financial interests he represents. Biden's a puppet to the financial interests he represents. Kamala's a puppet to them. They do terrible stuff as well. They're all puppets. That's how politics works. They're terrible, but at least some puppets are vaguely coherent. Like, at least they can talk in a normal way. You know. Yeah. Also, a lawyer that's been reasonably consistent with what they've done and seems to be trying within her limited capacity of what she does. Seems to be pretty decent. Generally speaking, within that context. Keep in mind the context of America is incredibly broken. So I'm not saying that I agree with her entirely, but if you had to pick a presidential candidate, she's only an ex-DA, Attorney General, so obviously not intelligent. Yeah. I mean, she could be dumb, but I find it funny that people... the moment you say, I think this candidate is slightly better than these other... Like, the bar's very low, guys. You have Trump. Look at the people getting angry in chat. You have Trump that's like a senile, mental person that's completely a narcissistic sociopath. That's a bit weird, like probably done some pedo stuff. Don't know, but it seems that's quite likely. Then you have Biden, who looks like he's about to die any moment. Who seems like he could talk pretty decent when he was younger, but he's obviously far too old to be a president. So's Trump. They're both far too old. Look at the chat go mental. Like, just from saying that, I'm not endorsing Camille. I'm just saying it would be it's hilarious. Someone like Trump getting beaten by a woman and a black woman, because that would obviously piss him off. But that really upsets. That really upsets people.
My goodness!
Yeah, I endorse her relative to Biden and Trump. Yeah, that's how, because the bar's not very high. because I have to, like, it's like when Sarah Palin talks, I have to sit there and listen to it, or when like even like George Bush Jr. just talking, you're just like, you know, obviously politicians have a lot of bad things they've done, and the parties are mental, and America does insane stuff around the world. I'm not pro the West or America. Is she not black? I don't know. I thought she was. I don't know where you could draw the line here. There you go. Oh no. Do you then have to be like, is she not a woman? You're obsessed with America. We don't have a choice, because America's one of the dominant superpowers in the world. So, and we get a lot of American media over here, so we can't really avoid it. I mean, personally, I don't care that she's a woman or black, but I know Trump does. No, I don't like Starmer. Yeah, China's taken a spot for sure. I don't like Starmer at all. He makes me he makes me feel uncomfortable. But I'm personally, I don't care what race someone is or what sex they are, but you know it's going to really wind up Trump, so it'll be pretty funny, and it'll wind up racist, so it'll be pretty funny. Look at the chat, right? Look how. Oh dear, guys. The most.
Rampage.
It's not funny. It's the future of the country. Trump. Oh, look, someone's voted for me.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Jess Tab, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for voting for Game of Muscle. For all the people that are upset in chat that for some reason like think fascism's great, here's a message for you. Oh, I put a bit of a note. Did you like that? we put a little note in there. Put a little note in there.
My goodness!
that's for all the racist fascists. Bit of a sting on the didgeridoo. I'm getting advanced. It's only been one day. We haven't learnt circular breathing, but I'm throwing riffs in my didgeridoo. Oh, we do, Thomas. Do you want me to play you a song just for Thomas as one of our tier 3 channel members? Song for Thomas Schmidt. This song's called this song is called Don't Smash Your OLEDs with a Didgeridoo. This song's called what are we calling this song, guys? This song's called F4 Racecraft. That was F4 Racecraft. That was that song. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
Good job. It's not fake. How dare you, Skyworld? How dare you? How dare you imply that my didgeridoo is fake? That subscribers bought that for £40. Right. Beautiful. Oh dear. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I just like seeing fascists get whipped. I'm fed up of fascism. I'm bored of it. But after growing up in the 90s, in the 1890s, and I'm bored of it, and I'm fed up of people repeatedly falling for the same dumb fascist and National Socialist bollocks. I'm bored of it. So anything that subdues fascism is a good time. The 1790s. Look at this. My didgeridoo's anti-fascist. Fascist doesn't know how to argue with a didgeridoo. It's a native historical instrument. It confuses the brain of fascists. They're like, a good sound from an instrument made by brown people. Oh! Their racism leaves their body. They don't know what to do. They're like, I'm enjoying the music, but I'm racist. So it's a very powerful instrument. I have, yeah. I think cultural appropriation is really good, to be honest. It's yeah. I think you should appropriate culture. That's good for sure. Yeah. If someone disagrees with me, they're an idiot. If someone wants to steal tea drinking and hilarious improv from me, they're welcome. They can appropriate my culture. I'm happy with that. Ah, Thomas! Thank you.
British Heritage Cheese Review. It's very, very dry, but I like the Taste. 77.777, 777 Trilliarden 777 Trillionen 777 Billiarden 777 Billionen 777 Milliarden 777 Millionen 777.777 77 Billiarden 777 Billionen 777 Milliarden 777 Millionen 777.777 Septilliarden 777 Septillionen 777 Sextilliarden 777 Sextillionen 777
it's been a while since we had a number troll.
777 Quintillionen 777 Quadrilliarden 777 Quadrillionen 777 Trilliarden 777
Anyone tuning in right now, this is classic.
777 Billiarden 777 Billionen 777 Milliarden 777 Millionen 777.777 77
is it? Thank you. Oh, it's Rolf Harris. Thank you. Thank you. Don't know why I didn't say anything there. Appreciate the support, guys. Oh, 52. I'm so dumb. That was dyslexia coming out here. Brain inversion. Thank you very much for the support, guys. Really appreciate it. Yuka Kowalski. I'm not promoting anyone. I'm not a US citizen. I think Trump will win based on observations. Kamala is too lame to be the president. The presidential race is reduced to popularity contest. Yeah, I think Americans... I think there's a lot of Americans that are very sexist and racist, and so they'll struggle with that. But then I also think a lot of Americans have probably realised that Trump is a decrepit, useless old man. So they'll probably be like, well, yeah. They could probably see that the current Republican rallies look very similar to fascist rallies of the 1920s. So, you know, I think a lot of Americans do notice that. I think a lot of Americans aren't stupid. But yeah. I think that I'm hopeful. Oh, Mina, yes! Oh,
your message here.
Thank you very much. I'm hopeful that Americans can see through the basic economic principles of Trump, and that reducing tax on the wealthy does not create economic growth and wealth for the population. I'm hoping that they can see through that very obvious economic stupidity. But then again, the Democrats aren't going to fix things much either, so, you know, I can totally understand the political apathy and just wanting change. But, well, one of them has a heavy metal band as their photo. I always think, yeah, I don't mind people being Trump supporters, though. They're allowed to be. I'm not, so just because I have my views, and just because I think Trump's mental. So I think the Democrats are mental as well. But I'm not against people. People can still make their own minds up and vote for whatever they want to. I'm not. I don't dislike an individual because they support Trump themselves. Like they can do what they want. It's not like I'm not in control of other people. Like, I can say what I could want to say. I do have a platform, so you know. But just because someone, you know, there's loads of people that think that loads of things that I disagree with. It's fine. I would rather vote for Kamala. I think I was thinking about that. Like, I don't know, like. It's even prior to, like, obviously the Republicans put out loads of, like, weird anti-Hillary propaganda, so, which was just really weird, but I didn't really, something about Hillary, even prior to, like, the last election, something about Hillary was a bit, there's something off-putting. It's the same kind of thing that I get from Starmer. I mean, even Barack Obama, there's something a bit off-putting about him. Like, do you know what I mean? Because, you know, I think they're trying to do what they think is right. Generally, politicians are, but then obviously they're politicians, so they don't. You know, they've been politicking for so long that they lose sight of what they actually believe in, and then they just see it as, oh, it's politics. You have to, like, accommodate different people, which is we should do. But then I think people that are in politics for so long, that distorts their brain and they completely lose track of it, of what the actual point of things are. And also the type of people that are in politics really long tend to also have to be very, like, a bit weird. Like, why would you be in politics for that long? Like, you have to be a bit of an, like... So, the only benefit I would see is you can see that Starmer is a bit of a proceduralist, especially, like, you look at his job, and the same thing with Kamala. I get the impression that because of her job, like if you're a lawyer or something, same as Starmer, if you work in that legal stuff, you're a bit of a proceduralist. But weirdly, I think that's actually quite good for a politician in general. And then what happens is it depends on the rest of the political party and the political structure. So having the actual figurehead of your party being effectively a proceduralist that can communicate clearly, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. So, the issue with the parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, isn't really even the leaders. It's the underlying structural aspects of those parties. And a big issue with the Republicans, especially under Trump, is the blatant leveraging of fascist tropes, racism, xenophobia, and I think that actually that's important. That even though not all Republicans are racist and xenophobic or sexist or whatever, I think it is important for a party not to completely leverage fascist tools, because if it gets accepted, any party like in the UK, like UKIP or something, if those methodologies get accepted and it gets traction and it moves forwards, Trump probably wouldn't be that bad necessarily, but whoever replaces him, whoever the next person is, same in the UK, whoever the next thing is, the next thing, it just disintegrates, and then you end up with like full-on fascist dictatorship. It doesn't happen overnight. It happens gradually over years. So, you know, it starts with someone being a bit mildly sexist or just accepting a bit of like rule breaking, and then it starts with that, and then they're a little bit racist, but you're not sure, and then it do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a slippery slope. But yeah, weirdly, if you look at historically, the Democrats have done insane stuff, Republicans have done insane stuff, you know, going back like Vietnam War, Afghan War, even late Labour, Tony Blair, Labour Party policy. They've done mental stuff, like murdered thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. So, yeah. I'm skeptical of all of them. The good old slippery slope. Yeah, Rich, exactly. Yeah, just when so it's I'm very politically apathetic. I'm living in the 90s, the 1890s. I find it funny when people accuse me of being like pro-Labour or pro-Democrat or something, or pro-whatever. You know, because it's like, well, it's not that simple. I'm a humanist. I'm pro whatever's the most sort of what allows for the most amount of people to have autonomy. Weirdly, like libertarian in that sense, socially libertarian. Economically, I'm just following the data that trickle-down economics does not work. That's just a fact. Like you can be like, oh, I think the rich shouldn't be taxed as much or whatever, but it's like it doesn't work. Like it just doesn't work. We've got like 50 years of like Thatcherism and Reaganomics. They've even put it into practice, and you could then go, wow, they were still regulated. It's like, well, not. There were lots of stuff that was massively deregulated, and you can look at all those instances. The wealth does not transfer. It always moves up to the people that already have wealth, which is obvious. If you've ever played poker, the structure of poker in a poker tournament is very similar to what happens in an economy, where some people win through skill, some people win through chance. If you enter a poker game with more chips and more money and the ability to rebuy more, you're more likely to get to the final table, and then you're going to get more money, and then people are pushed out of the game. It's really like you can game theory it, you can look at real world examples. You have to redistribute wealth some way, either that's through public and civic investment, taxing the wealthy, or there's multiple ways of doing it, but you can't just deregulate unfettered capitalism. So any politician that's pro-deregulation of large corporate entities and pro-lobbying and is in government due to lobbying, well, that's a problem, isn't it? Yeah, well, we said this multiple times before. Fascism largely is successful in modern times, and was it successful in the 1930s? The reason why it grew and is successful is because the people that are currently in power and the current authorities and the people that are currently wealthy, they see fascism as less of a threat than Marxism and communism. So they see socialism as more of a threat than fascism. So they massively attack anything vaguely socialist, even stuff that's not socialist, like public roads, public healthcare. Well, it's socialist, it's social, but you know, they massively attack the mildest forms of socialism, but they actually spur on and welcome really egregious fascism, because fascism is a bit of a mess and really stupid and often isn't really that successful, and the incumbent powers believe that they can always still beat the fascists. And then it gets to a point where they're like, oh, shit, the fascists have actually grown too much now, and we've ripped off the poor people, and the poor people are like, oh, we want change, and they'll vote for anything, so you can't then say anything to change their mind, and they will vote for the fascists. And then you end up with, what happened in the 1940s, or examples in other countries. And it can happen, the same sort of thing happens with different words. You can have communist dictatorships where the same sort of things happens, where the incumbent power structure ignores the populace and the health and the well-being of the populace, which then allows it's still fascism, but it would be in the context of communism. So yeah, it's that's great. The right is working at the moment because of the hypocrisy of the left. Millionaires acting like they're working for the people. Yeah, I know. I don't disagree. I think the right is also hypocritical as well, though. But yeah, I basically agree with you. Will Camila cackle with laughter or not when supplying a few billion weapons to a war zone? So, I mean, I assume I don't know if you're referring to Israel or Ukraine, but you're just typing a really oversimplified talking point, which is also it's been a very heavily propagandized talking point. So I mean, I'm pretty anti-war, but there's also going to be situations where you, unfortunately, do need militaries. And ironically, with America, the military-industrial complex is probably one of the biggest forms of economic stimulus due to the structure of America. Well, you can't, again, a political party, you can't distill it to a single person in that political party. It's just kind of weird, actually. People do this in the UK as well. They obsess over the leader of the political party rather than the party as a whole. And the leader does make a difference, for sure, and does set the tone, and different leaders will do different things. But the leader of a party isn't the whole party. No, we're not talking politics. Don't worry. I like how you guys want to... I don't know who you're talking to. Why are you so passionate about politics? Why are you so passionate? Nobody cares. No, well, I don't plan to test the new Moser wheel. It doesn't really look that interesting to me. I'll have a go at it. Sim Racing Expo, but I'm not really. I mean, if I ever go with it and it's good, I'll give it a go. But it's nothing. I'm interested in trying the Moser force feedback joystick. Why would the UK be an Islamic theocracy? Like, why have you jumped to that? Why wouldn't it be like some other theocracy? Then you'd have to address if you have people that, in specific instances, if you have a specific person that's or group that's saying, oh well, this can't happen, then at that point, so let's say you had some arbitrary religious group that goes, well, we're going to murder the teachers if they teach different religions. Well, at that point, you then have to stop it at that point. You can't preemptively just be like, well, we think that Christians are taking over, or we think Muslims are taking over, we think Jewish people are taking over. Like, you have to act, you can't. You have to for any group. It's not even religion. For any group, like in America, there's the whole thing of them trying to take books out of schools or whatever. You have to then evaluate it on a case by case thing. Yeah, people are starting to earn the didgeridoo a bit. I was reading a study actually about you need to pass like 30% of an organised group for them to be able to change politics. So you need a lot of people. It doesn't matter what, if you're left, right, whatever. You need actually quite a lot of people to really, in a community, be able to change something. Global Anarchy at 10 a.m. I can't be bothered with that. Is there tea at this Global Anarchy meeting? I can't have global anarchy because I need cups of tea delivered. I need the supply chains to operate. Bring your own tea. Do you know what? That was it. No, like when we were when I was walking this morning, I was thinking like how much do people frame their view on reality based off like internet, Twitter, TikTok, newspapers? Like in real life, how many people are actually coming across the actual extremes that you sort of see online and everything, like in day-to-day life? I'm not dismissing the narrative, entirely dismissing media, social media stuff, like entirely. But I'm just like, the point I'm making is the way that people get so riled up about a lot of stuff due to the sort of outraged media and everything, and the degree to that occurs, and how much that would have been occurring in the past, like in Victorian times. Obviously, I think people grouped together more and talked more in person in the past because there was no other ways to communicate with people. But then they would be talking in person, so they probably would be like, I say, good sir, have you read the news? You know, do you know what I mean? And maybe it'd be a bit more calm, or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe they were slapping each other with walking sticks. I don't know. But I just think the difference in the reality that people are perceiving is probably the most distorted reality ever from the actual reality. And like generally, the only way to really sort of, even when you're talking to people directly and amongst stuff, the only really way to be productive is when you actually just look at studies and data for stuff, and then have a sort of general discussion on how the data was gathered and what does this seem like it's evident towards. But most people aren't doing that at all. Most people don't start a conversation with, oh, here's this data. That's quite interesting. I wonder if it shows these things. Or I don't know if it does or not. Or here's some other interesting data. Most people just seem to be screaming at each other, which is quite fun. So why not? Yeah, maybe people were just drunk and sleeping with each other. I mean, they were all doing snuff and things, weren't they? So there's those little snuff boxes. Youths. I think a lot of people are hippies actually, but it's just consolidated into general culture. And also a lot of the hippie stuff was really bad. I'm actually surprised how socially liberal a lot of people are. They're way more liberal than me. Like I'm liberal in the sense that I think people should be free to do what they do, but that my personally, I'm very the arbitrary actions that I take, I'm weirdly conservative. Like I'm really not. I don't take risks and things, and you know. So, what dumb challenge? I don't know. We're thinking maybe like some kind of I-rating challenge, or I'm not sure. No, I can't. No, I'm not doing a large I-rating challenge until the tire model's fixed. Well, I wouldn't do a polygamy marriage. No, that's what I mean. Like I wouldn't even have multiple partners at the same time. All that, you know. I don't do drugs. I'm basically like almost like a Mormon. If it wasn't for caffeine, I don't do any drugs at all. I don't drink. I don't stay out too late. I don't party. I like a nice walk and a cup of tea. Well, I really enjoy basic stuff. Boring old man. I am like really boring. But I like that. I think it's fine. Ah, here we go.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Oh, thanks for following. Appreciate that. Subscribing, Thurgle Nasir. Can't even read that. I'll be back in a second, guys.
It's my first open world race in a long time. I cannot tell you how scared I am.
Need a cup of tea here. I'm starving.
You'll be alright, man.
Yeah, I hope so.
Here we go.
Usually a sports car guy, so this is a little weird doing a standing start.
Well, it's very hard to spin out in these cars, so just spin it in first gear, you're good. Press Alt-M, turn off the mirror. No mirror, no pressure.
2,709.
So turn the spotter off too, huh?
Tight field today. Look for opportunities.
I don't trust horses, Richard. Hello. Yeah, I don't trust horses. The horses creep me out. Call one. Go.
Green,
Thank
green.
you. Get ready for carnage.
You're on the left. 3 wide. Go left. Still there. Right side. 2 wide. There's an infinite ahead. Keep to the left.
The blue car was going to run me right off the track. I knew he would.
You're on the right. Alright. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Still there. Clear. 2 wide. Keep to the right. Clear.
Okay.
That's of course that's not gonna. That's of course not gonna end. I'm freaking sorry for that guy.
Good takedown by that car.
There's an incident ahead. Car right. Clear.
Nice clean driving. Good stuff. Not sure how you crashed there, but they found a way. That's good.
There's an incident behind.
First lap and we were in 8th. No, we're in 7th.
You're in the top 10.
Yeah. As you can see, iRacing, the safety rating and the moderation really does a great job of making the driving clean and realistic in iRacing. That's why one of the main reasons to play iRacing is that you pay a good amount of money for clean, sensible online racing.
Left side. Stay on the right. Still there. Clear. Car on your left.
What is
Stay
he
on the right. Stay
bloody
on the
doing?
right. Clear on the
Blue
left.
car cut us right off there. It was very close. He's lucky we didn't get net coded. Inside, outside, inside, outside.
Keep to the left. Clear.
Ah, this guy's going to wreck us. He's bump drafting us.
Right side.
The car behind's going to wreck us, I can tell.
Car on your left. We're on the right. 3 wide.
I'm having to drive off the road to avoid it. There he
Still
goes.
there. Left side. 2 wide.
There he goes. It's so bad. I'm having to drive off the road to avoid the guy that's just driving into me. The degree, right, to play iRacing, the degree to which you have to avoid drivers to such an absurd level, whilst accounting for netcode, and now he's blaming me, whilst accounting for netcode and bad drivers and smoothing and the tyre model. You have to drive insane, and then after doing probably some of the most epic avoiding, they will come onto the. They will come and blame you. They will come into chat and blame you. And right, because the huge thing in iRacing is that if someone has a lower number than you, or in general, if you hold your line, they will wreck you. And because iRacers are so scared of losing safety rating and iRating, most of the normal drivers don't do any racing. They just pull over because they know they'll get wrecked and they probably don't have enough time to keep driving. Whereas the wreckers, it pays off for them to just wreck people. And then iRacing does no moderation at all. And so it just that's what happens over and over and over again. It doesn't. This is top split. And then people will say, well, you know, driver of the series. It does depend on the series, but the reason why it depends on the series is because slower cars are less likely to be side by side and are less affected by netcode, and there's actually less racing, generally speaking, or they're so slow that, you know, there's really little opportunity for anything. So, yeah, this is quintessential iRacing. I think it is really quite entertaining and it's pretty funny. It's really good for live streaming. but you know, it would have like really triggered me before, but since I've got the didgeridoo, I'm really quite relaxed. I think it is very entertaining. It is it's battle royale. I can't wait to see the replay of that guy. I love that. I love how he blamed me when it so obviously was him that took himself out. You have to like think, if I'm forcing the car to the right of me off the road, who's to blame? You know.
Car right. Clear on the right. Car right.
Where's he gone? Oh, I think he backed off it because he thought I was going to do a stupid iRacing dive bomb. I left it open so we could keep driving quickly. It's pretty funny. Yeah, he took another car out as well. Well, this is the other thing that happens. You get a lot of YouTubers, or actually like fast drivers, they qualify in the top 3 or 4, and they're not really in traffic or racing anyone. So then that gives a false impression of the cleanliness of iRacing. But again, it is from the lack of actual racing. It's not because they're driving better. It's because there's just less people for them to drive against. And obviously, if you're it's the same case in real life in all sims. If you qualify in the top few positions, you know you're going to be around cars less. So it's a false equivalence comparing what a game safety of a game is like for drivers that are in the top 5 versus the general mid-pack experience. That's it, Richard B. Yeah, that is it, isn't it? I know. You don't have to outright ban people, though, do you?
There's an incident behind. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.3 seconds.
I know. He was driving too kind. I can't wait to watch the replay, guys, of that guy that got tilted. Reverse racing. Also, I like how that car, when he actually crashed, he didn't touch me when he actually crashed. So, by like, no way that he could have actually been affected by me. If I'm on the far right side of the track with 2 wheels off the road trying to create space, he can't really blame me at all. Yeah, it was my fault. Yeah, I think the timeout system's a really good idea. It's what you have in sports. A sin bin. Supposedly what the safety rating is supposed to do, that just doesn't work.
Yeah, where we expect it to be.
Morning, Zabby, how's it going? Guys, I'm absolutely starving. I've got some flatbreads and some cheese. Some fish. Today I've had 3 yogurts. They're only small yogurts. And one of them was for 2 of them were for breakfast. I didn't have any breakfast other than the yogurt. A cup of rice, half a chicken, and 2 biscuits. Resist, you need to lose weight. Resist, I'm bloody starving.
Right side. Still there. Still there, hold your line. You're losing on the current. The gap is 4.8 seconds. Clear on the right. Keep to the right.
It's good driving.
Keep to the right.
So I defended the inside, held him, and then he got through the chicane.
Stay on the right.
Good driving.
Still there. Clear on the left.
Nice overtake, Jay. See, there are people in this that can drive well.
Right side.
Jay McQueen.
Stay on the left.
It's a real race driver name.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
That'd be Jay the Queen if he was in drag. Jay the Queen. Christmas Panto with Jay the Queen. Oh, I love how Americans didn't understand Panto. No, Jeremiah's, they drive absolutely terrible in endurance as well. I do IMSA occasionally, but no, the reason why you get less stuff happening in that, generally speaking, is because the cars are further apart for most of the race. There's just less racing. They drive just as bad. And it's worse because when something happens, it then ruins your whole race for the evening. I've done quite a few longer races. I do like IMSA with the LMP2. One of the reasons why I didn't do the Spa 24 is because we've done so many endurance races in iRacing, and people drive it as if it's a 20-minute race, and it's stupid.
Just check the fast lap of the session.
Yeah, well, so's Daytona, so's the Nürburgring. They all are. To be fair, the real world Le Mans 24 has been mental at times as well. The real drivers are just as stupid. Yeah, the last one. Yeah, the last race we did was the Nürburgring one. Someone drove into us before the start line. So, what can you do? I need to get Exocross, actually. That's a good point. Is it on Steam? Is it a buyable game? Does it have multiplayer? Does it have iRacing tyres? That was pretty funny. It looked like it drove like iRacing's dirt physics. Oh no, you're not allowed to be happy. Beyond happy. You're in Nirvana. What's beyond happy? Do you cycle back to being unhappy again, so you are actually saying that you're not happy? Yeah, Equestria's awesome. Especially for PC VR. Have you played Half-Life Alyx on it yet? Onwards is particularly good as well. Oh yeah. I mean the jump from jump from the Valve Index to the Quest 3 is really good. I'm really tempted to do some more VR stuff as well. I tend to use I use a Quest 3 for like
Pace car is out of control.
random games. I play like Beat Saber on it, and I play a lot of Walkabout Golf. Thanks for following HL279. Walkabout Golf. What else do I play? I play a lot of Pavlov on it. Beat Saber occasionally. Half-Life Alyx is incredible. But even better with the Quest 3 if you can use virtual desktop and play wirelessly. There's quite a lot of turning around in Half-Life Alyx. Nah, I can't afford it. I don't even do go-karting, it's all too expensive. I do a lot of walking. A kayak and a walk. I'd really like to do some flying. I'd really like to fly helicopters. The Microsoft Flight Sim updated, just did a UK update yesterday. I'm half tempted to try and boot it up at the end of this stream. But I know it'll have to update, but I've got really fast internet now, so it should update pretty quick. Yeah, I really want to do... you know, like the faster go-karts with where they've got enough power that the back kicks out on the throttle. I've only ever driven shitty rental karts. I'd also like to try kart cross. It's just so expensive, like it's crazy money, all those types of things, and I really I don't like spending money on very short experiences. I'd rather put the money into longer distance travelling or... Yeah. Oh, that looks awesome. The MX-5 Cup though, the racing looks mental in it though. Stephen did quite a few videos on that.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
The blue car staying behind us for the final lap here. He's car number 1. He's going for the strategic drive. Shall we let him go in front of us down this straight and then try and repass him? He's trying to stay behind us because he wants to draft past us on the final section. Should we let him in front of us?
Right side.
Here we go.
You're on the left. Rewind.
Let's see what happens here.
Clear.
Right. Let's see if we can get both these cars on the final straight. Bit of draft battle going on here, guys. This could be interesting. Draft wars. Shenanigans. double draft action. Ah, come on, yellow car, don't lose him. Ah, this yellow car's lost him. Idiot. Ah, he's ruined it. Oh, I might have lifted too much myself. No, I think we're right. I think we got it right.
Left side. Stay on the right. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 9.4 seconds.
Good race, Eli, and I'm on.
He still drove into me. He still drove into me. What is it with people? They can't drive.
Right.
Still drove into me there. Ah, it was good racing. At least we didn't wreck.
Solid work.
Like, any racing in this is punished constantly. He opened up the inside. Oh, Marcus, you drove into me. He's complaining. We've got through here. He's moved out anyway, so we've come through. Then he's moved all the way over to the left. That's fine. And then he's locked. He's up. Like, we're fine. This is fine. This is fine. He's now just driven into us out of the corner and almost wrecked us. It's his fault for not defending the inside. How much? Yeah, I mean, how much space does he want? We beat him fair and square. You could say this is a bit aggressive, but he was opening it up like we made it look like we were going to. He's moved to the left. He's moved to the left there. We then make it look like we're going left more. But he's left space on the inside. And there's space here. There is space here. It's totally fine. So, yeah. It's fine. But the actual 4X is this, which is him driving into us. Right, where was that other one where the person that got angry at us? Here we go. Where was it? Where was the guy that was complaining? Thank you. Thanks, guys. Right. Where was the guy? The Hamco. Right. I mean, this was nice. Oh, thank you, thank you. It's because I've got a didgeridoo. So, once you've got a didgeridoo, you gain extra racecraft. Lower drag. Right, where was this? Where was this guy that tried to put... Well, first of all, he's in the wall. Right, what happened here? What happened here? Right. Why is he's moved over for no reason? And then wrecked himself and then took that guy out, which is then took this guy out. He's baked beaned him. Good job. Oh, here we go. This is this guy. I thought he was going to wreck me, right. Right, I come off this corner. I'm fully within my right to move to the inside there. This is fine. He drives into the back of me there. That was a 0x, I think. He's driving into me. Like, you can hear the game. This was 4x. This is him driving into me. Why, if you're behind a car like this, you can't just drive into the back of them? And then he's driven into him. And then... Right, how on earth is that my fault? This is the thing. I am driving completely predictably here. Especially given that he's pushing me along at this point. And I've moved on to the grass to get out of the way there. To give as much space as possible. I am really riding the grass. Yeah. It's really weird. And he's completely unaware of the other car as well. He's so preoccupied with getting past me that he's then like, oh, I can't get past. He then just darts to the left and then drives into this car. He's just not aware of what's happening around him. I do have the Porsche Cup, but I don't really like it. Oh. It's probably is like a 12-year-old. That's it. If you didn't read the rule change, if the car thinks they're faster than you, have to jump out of the way. That makes sense. That would explain a lot of iRacing. I always forget about that rule. It's a good rule. The Porsche Cup will be carnage at Spa. Right, I need to eat something. To find some food. We're getting a lot of iRating doing these. I've actually read the whole of iRacing's, the end user agreement. It took me like an hour and a half. I recorded it as well, but then because they were updating, so I read it all and then I recorded it, and then I was like, oh, actually, this is. I thought it'd be a funny joke to have someone reading the end user license agreement in full, but I realised it wasn't that funny after I'd made it. We got 10th. Did we have a poll for that one? Did we have a poll for that one, guys? I can't remember if the poll was for that one or the last one. With the Oulton Park race, we finished in 9th. So 9th and 10th. So I think we, either way. No. The last one was for Oulton Park and we were 9th. So I have to do a no for that one. We'll do a new poll for the next one. Top 10. Beautiful. Your life in a nutshell. Do something thinking it'd be funny. Realise it really wasn't that funny. Don't worry about it. At least you're trying to be funny. This is what I find with, you get people that go, that's not funny. I didn't think that's funny. That's not funny. And you're like, well, at least someone's trying to, at least someone's trying to put effort into, like, raising moods and stuff. That's better than being a miserable git that does nothing, So, you'll also notice the type of people that complain about stuff not being funny are normally the people that just want to drag the mood down of everything. And people that don't put effort into anything at all. So, whereas the people that don't find something funny but are neutral, they just won't. They'll be like, oh, okay. Do you know what I mean? If someone says, oh, I don't think that's funny for XYZ reason, or then builds on it and goes, oh no, this would be funny, then that's good as well. I don't drive the GT cars in iRacing. But a Suzuka, they might be alright. I'm really tempted to do Flight Sim. Get the update, that'd be nice. Have we got any new comments on the LMU video? Let's see. Have you guys in chat all got LMU? Ah, look at this. Something's wrong with your wheel. Maybe try tiny pedal to calibrate it. Force feedback is perfect. Oh, here we go. I love this game and would have disagreed with you about force feedback up until last week when I upgraded to a DD from a G29. And yeah, it's not too good, all especially when compared to iRace and AC for feeling, excessive front grip. Prior to upgrading to the DD, I would have said LMU's force feedback was my favourite, but this game's still impressive. See, there you go, he agrees with me. Why is the force feedback crip here and it's still good in RF2? No, it's pretty bad in RF2 as well. Game just has more slip, so it masks it. In terms of force feedback, I don't know if it's an issue with your wheel or settings, but in my opinion, LMU currently has the best force feedback every game. That's because you don't know what you're talking about. It's so mental. It's so mental, guys. It's the same with ACC. It's the same issue with ACC. People that don't know, and there's nothing you can say. Even though, like, most of the comments on the video are like, oh yeah, no, he's right about the force feedback. But no, it's just my wheel settings. People that don't know think they know, and they're confident, but they don't have a clue. I wonder, you'd think that you'd watch, you'd be like, oh, this guy's been doing sim racing for 20 years, 10 years of YouTube videos, clearly spends a lot of time on all the simulators, has reviewed multiple servo wheels. You'd think he might know and might have a loose idea. But, what can you do? What can you do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing you can do. Cold tyres, exactly. Small tip, cold tyres. Somebody wrote that the tyre issues in iRacing are worse. Yeah, no, exactly. So it's Amir Depassi. It's the downforce mitigates mechanical aspect of tyre models. This was a thing going back to R Factor 1 even, where once you've got downforce, you could then hold the cars in combined slip and drive more naturally, but at low speed, the physics would be mental and the cars would just chew you out. So the same applies to iRacing as well, and any other sim that has overly unforgiving tyres at the limit. And that's why on iRacing, flowing tracks like Alton Park, Spa, Suzuka, they actually drive in a much more realistic way. But as soon as you have slow, tight corners, and corners where you have to get on the throttle out of them at low speed, or really nippy complexes, it breaks down the physics. Yeah, the Porsche Cup car has no real downforce, and also that car is designed, like, in reality, it's on the tyres very quickly. It's a really, which is actually why it's such an amazing car to drive. That's why Porsches, they're designed to be unstable, in the sense that they're designed to respond to what the driver does to get it to the tyres really quickly, which is the point of a Porsche. That's why they're so fun to drive, because it's like, oh, the car wants to rotate on the throttle, on the brake. Drive a Porsche in most simulators, they capture that essence, really. iRacing, the problem is you're on the tyres and it's brakes. So it's basically the pivotal example of where the physics are totally broken. Yeah, there's a... So, but downforce, lighter car, higher speed really helps mask tyre model issues with simulators. Right, let me just get some... I'm gonna get a flatbread and I'm gonna put some cheese on it. I'll be back in a minute. Hello? Oh, thanks for subscribing. Soup with lentils. The Formula cars are better, but then they have, yeah, exactly what JB said. They have more netcode issues, and they're more exciting to race, and they're more prone to people doing stupid things in them. Cheese it. Right, I don't have anything to put on it though, apart from cheese. Oh well. Could have put some fish in it, I guess, but I have, yeah, Nasty Butler. It's a bit weird. Sound design's really good on it. If it depends what time zone you're in, the Hamco, there's not really many options. So that's one of the reasons why I bothered to be critical about iRacing, because it's sort of like the established option, and it's unlikely that other games will be able to compete with it anytime soon. So you can play LMU's quite good online, ACC with LFM, but yeah, leagues are always the best. But then that requires organising your time, and a lot of leagues have like really stupid. You end up with people that take it too seriously, or you end up with like loads of stupid rules and politics. Yeah, exactly. You have to, and you have like loads of like weird stuffiness and people that are really don't. Leagues often have people that are really forgetting that they're playing a video game. Yeah, AC LFM still going. At UK time it's alright, but it's not good at American time. Absolute cheese. Bit of mozzarella. I do racing with subs in AC every now and again. pretty hot today. I was walking this morning and it felt really humid, but not too hot. Hello, Phantom Racer. Yeah. Yesterday was really humid as well. I think it's just because it's humid. Like it doesn't in the UK. It doesn't normally get above 35 degrees. 27 is kind of like hot in the UK, but the humidity can make like 20 degrees feel really, really hot. Like I've been in Spain when it's 38. I've been in Italy when it was like, you know, when that crazy heat wave thing happened, and it was uncomfortable because it was hot and you couldn't touch anything, but it wasn't humid at all. I mean, at the moment, I've got my aircon on, not because it's hot, it's just to get rid of the humidity. Get your wet bulb out. Now, I made coffee instead of tea. Cheers, guys. If you want to get one of these water bottles, advertisement. Gamer Muscle Videos is proudly sponsored by Iron8 water bottles. Do you want to drink water from a bottle? Well, you could, but you could also drink it from a bottle with a great lid that can be opened with one hand, locked with one hand, and also secured with a clip. Be the envy of all your friends and sexy people with the Iron8 water bottle. Use the code T when buying and follow the link. I know. I have a DeLonghi Dedica. I have coffee every day. It's good for your stomach. The caffeine makes your stomach excited. Partly, I think caffeine causes your lining of your stomach to release more moisture into your stool, which then makes it easier to just helps your stool move through your bowels faster. Yeah, right. So there's two. So if you were constipated or you wanted to, you're struggling to go. Coffee can be good for that, but I think for your stomach bacteria, there's evidence to suggest that your bacteria enjoy it. My intestines are in tip-top shape. I have pristine intestines. I had to go to the hospital and have an inspection, and my intestines were like beautiful. Amazing quality intestines. What a world.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Yeah, full on camera up the bottom. It was well exciting. It's actually fascinating. It's good fun seeing inside yourself. Don't normally get to. I didn't take any drugs though. I was like, oh, should have at least had a breathe of the nitrous oxide. Oh well. What a specimen. I like Alter Park. Yeah, it's a great track. Good. It's up there with like. I really like the flow of it. It's one of my favourite tracks, I think, in the UK. I think Brands Hatch generally, but I like Alter Park. Ten shots. 10-shot coffee. Oh dear. Buzzing like a fridge. Yeah. I normally make double espresso shots in the DeLonghi. So I do a 9. This is sad. I do like a 9.3 second fine grind, which fills up the double espresso. The pot is a double coffee. Normally, I do 2 of them if I'm making a big drink. But I like 3 strength coffee. I don't like really strong coffee. I mean, I wouldn't mind it actually as a shot. I don't dislike it. I prefer smoother coffee, generally speaking, because I think I'm more of a tea drinker. So I'm not really a big fan of harsh drinks, unless it's like I like beers that are quite strong and harsh. But I don't drink beer anymore. But I used to. Full pretentious coffee. No, because I've kept it. I have a £50 grinder. It was the cheapest one that has ceramic, whatever. Like the cheapest good one that's plugged into a wall with a hopper, so I can put a whole coffee bag in it, and it grinds to like enough thinness for it to work with the same amount of time each time. And then my DeLonghi Dedica, which is about as basic of a coffee machine as you can get, does the job. It works fine. I'm sure you can get much better results or more fancy results from a more expensive one with more control and higher pressure, but I for sure think a lot of coffee snobbery is complete BS. Like, you know, when people go on about all the different flavours of coffee and like, oh, how you brew it and all this stuff, like, I'm sure it can make a difference, right? And you can have smoother and weaker coffee. But if someone is then putting their coffee in milk, milk has a large impact on the flavour profile of coffee. And then if they're adding sugar to it, that again has...
It's ridiculously competitive. The guys in first...
That has a way bigger impact on the flavour. So milk and sugar, and how much milk and sugar you use, has a way bigger impact on flavour than the coffee beans themselves. And then most people that are coffee snobs are not drinking espresso shots. They are drinking lattes or maybe Americano or something, like just water mixed in with it. So... And then a lot of people's have normally only had like Starbucks and Costa or whatever anyway, and so that's what they like regardless, which is totally fine. So I think there's just like, it's like wine. Once you pass like a sort of £12 bottle of wine, where, yeah, because obviously the region will affect the flavour of it, like this, whatever's in the soil and whatever. The grapes do, you know, changes the flavour and stuff. But once you've gone past like a certain degree of quality, it's exactly like DD wheels. Once you've got like a let's say a 20 Nm DD wheel, but like once you've gone past like a 12 Nm DD wheel, it's very marginal the wheelbase is very marginal on what actually causes the relevant components. And so with a bottle of wine, once you've gone past like a £12 bottle of wine, the bigger impact will be how thirsty are you? How many glasses have you already had? What's the temperature outside? What's the temperature of the drink? What company are you with? Because you're doing a drug that affects your mood and stuff. So who you're with and the vibe has a massive impact. Like some of the best wine I've ever had is homebrew wine I made out of grape juice. But I just happened to be drinking it in the evening on the beach with someone that I liked. So it was really nice. And we're having barbecued fish. So the wine obviously wasn't very good wine, but it didn't matter. Like it seemed like it was very good, and also it was very strong for some reason. So, it's really weird how snobby people that get into these things can't see the forest from the trees, and it's with everything. It's the same with force feedback wheels and cars and games and drinks. There we go.
Fuck everyone.
The estimated strength of field is 3,000.
Oh, we got the poll going. Top 10.
A lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle.
You like many you're trying to justify the cost of all the pretentious kit. You keep convince myself I like coffee. So
Waiting on the final cart's grid.
I spent £150 on the DeLonghi Dedica, £50 on a replacement basket and holder because you can. It's easier to get the pucks out of it and stuff, and it tends to brew nicer. The £50 for the grater. Prior to that, I did have I had an AeroPress and a hand grinder. But what I have now, it gets me better coffee than anything I've ever had in a coffee shop, basically. On demand for like 20p per coffee, you know.
Car right. Still there, hold your line. There's an incident ahead. Clear on the right. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Yeah, nice one, mate. Can't drive to save your life.
Hello, Matt. How you doing? Yeah, I think if you're going for like quantity of coffee, a filter coffee system is really good if you like a lot of coffee. But an espresso machine is super quick, and to me, so I've never really liked. My parents drink French press all the time. And I think they quite like filter coffee and stuff. But to me, that always tastes a bit earthy, and there's always coffee granules in it. Whereas an espresso machine, you never get like granules in your coffee. The texture's always smooth, and it doesn't taste earthy. So that's. I should do a side-by-side test with my AeroPress and see what it's like. But because I drink 2 shots of coffee a day, basically, sometimes more, and I really like iced coffee as well, which is nice with an espresso. It's not really a drip. The French press is you put the coffee grounds in a cafetiere, and then you push the thing down on it, squashes them after you put the water in it. The AeroPress is like that, but it allows you to use finer ground coffee.
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Still there.
Yeah, he just pushes brake and accelerator at the same time. There's no other way to save it in iRacing when you get a lot of slip.
Car on your left. Still there. Still there. Clear on the left. Car on your left. There's an incident.
What an idiot! You can't race in this! Idiot! Oh, iRacers. You can't race in this sim. You can't race in it. It's so dumb.
Nice one, mate.
We did such a nice overtake on him.
All the damage.
What happened, mate?
What is he doing? It's such a good overtake. And you can't do anything. Like, because you're... The reason why this is so good is we're absolutely on the limit of grip here and holding it. Oh, wrong button. Oh, God. You can't race in this sim. It's so frustrating. You are banned from racing. Completely banned from racing. Why is he holding that so tight? Like, it's stupid. He's lost the position. If you're on the outside of this corner, you can't. You're not going to exit in front. So at this point here, he's lost the position. Like, you can't defend it. It's pointless. Well, we'll continue that after we finish this.
We're done. Get going.
There's nothing you can do, and then I'm on the inside, basically trying to deal with iRacing's physics, which is ridiculous, the tire model, doing my best I can. So there's nothing you can do. If the car, I think just won't do anything. Absolute didgeridoo. It's so stupid. So stupid. You might as well finish it to get faster at the track, or get some more safety rating, or just do something rather than sit there doing nothing. Yeah, there's so many drivers in iRacing that just hot lap.
Well, I can tell you didn't, mate. So well done.
I don't do revenge. Like,
What happened, Henry?
he should, on that right-hander at Alton Park, basically you need to defend the inside. If you've lost the inside, you've effectively lost the corner. Like, if the other driver that's racing against you is slow, you might still come out all right. But there's absolutely no point in squeezing them. Well, actually, to be fair, he wrecked me and it didn't wreck him, and iRacing won't do anything, so it's actually a good move by him. No, Matt, because I like the racing. I actually like racing. There's nothing else with loads of people in it. I like how smooth the camera is, and it is entertaining. But it's still stupid, but it is entertaining. And, well, I mean, cycling's a pretty good analogy. Like, exercise is terrible, isn't it? But you're still, like, feeling like you want to throw up because you've just cycled up a big hill is terrible. But you can still enjoy the experience, even if it's awful. LMU's force feedback is terrible. I'd rather play iRacing than LMU, even though LMU's got more realistic tyres and better racecraft, but there's no feel for the limit, so it's really dull to drive at the limit. It's got less force feedback for the limit than iRacing, so it's the same as ACC. actually going fast in LMUs is boring. It's just, it feels like my wheel's broken. When you play ACC in LMU and you're actually driving at the limit, basically it's almost like having a clipped wheel because there's no detail.
The car in C2, just set the fastest lap, 32.0.
Yeah, well, Counter-Strike is pretty good.
The leader is coming up on you. They're not outside. The car in C13, just set the fastest lap, 32.015. Car right. Clear.
You migrated your virtual machine. Nice, well done. That's proper arousing. A proper arousing comment. No, I was letting him go past because he's I'm a lap down.
The leader just did a 32.57.
What's weird is I'm driving iRacing in a mega passive way because I'm obviously trying not to get wrecked because for the live stream it's more entertaining if you're actually in a race. So I can't imagine what other people are doing that are actually somewhat driving at all. Well, so the difference would be, Skywilk, is that ACC, you've got really aggressive ABS, so it doesn't matter that you can't feel the brakes, because the ABS means that once you've set the brake point, you hit the brake really hard, so you've not got any risk of really locking up particularly. And the locking up in ACC is even more forgiving when it does happen than LMU, so I think it also has a tyre skid sound. It's more prominent.
Car on your left. Clear. That was your fastest lap of the session.
I actually think also ACC, the cars rotate a little bit more than LMU maybe. So even when they're in that sort of slippy phase, I don't know, they have a bit of a passenger slide to them. I think LMU's tyres are better than ACC's. To me, it seems. What's weird is LMU grip and physics remind me of like driving a real world go-kart. Like that kind of go-kart tyre nature to them, which is probably what you'd expect for those types of cars. Like a Radical SR3 has a very sort of go-karty feel. Really tight race cars are stiff and straight on the tyres, and you know, quite peaky in grip. I mean, but the problem is, if there's no dynamic range, well, LMU's really forgiving to drive still. If you've got no dynamic range to force feedback, there's no way for you to balance in that grip, so it just turns into iRacing, in which case you might as well just play iRacing. At the end of the day, iRacing does the online race structure, voice chat and stuff a lot better than other sims. So if your other sims can't do, if the process ends up being the same as iRacing, which is hit the brake point and then not from field but memorise everything, you know. Also, Formula cars are in iRacing, and there's no Formula cars in LMU or ACC. So I much prefer this class of Formula car. If I was driving GT3, I don't think the GT3 cars are so bad in iRacing. I think I would do. I think ACC I'd do in that scenario.
The car in P7 just set the fastest lap, 31.919.
What is the pace for this track? That's ultimately what iRacing comes down to. You need to be 7/10 off pace. And then that'll put you in the top 10 in qualifying for the top split. The really fast guys normally about 2/10 off pace. This is F4, Je suis 40. It's quite a popular series. The driving's terrible, but it's quite entertaining. If you play iRacing casually and you don't really care about results too much, and you're just like dicking around, then it's quite good. Kowalski, yeah, no, I don't know why. It's strange to me. I think they could make a lot of money doing stuff like that, and I think everyone would be happy. To the extent where they could then not charge for tracks and then get even more people into it. I mean, imagine if even in the race session, so you know when you do a race here, when the race finishes, inside of iRacing, it displayed the winner's name and then like an image or a flag or something that they could then use as like a prestige banner. So as the race finishes, on everyone's screen in the top corner or something, it would go, these are the results. And then maybe even the camera cuts to the top 3 cars or like a podium. You could have stuff like that. NFTs aren't necessarily a scam, so that NFT is just a technology for tracking unique identifiers in a non-centralized database. NFT does not mean stupid monkey face pictures. It's just a way of tracking data. It's so stupid how NFTs are being marketed and then the misunderstanding of it. So, for example, Steam Workshop is NFTs. Obviously, it works well for mod distribution, content distribution, individual items. and buying and selling items inside of that thing. Now that you can have issues with gambling, you can have issues with unlocking stuff. That's separate to Steam Workshop. So NFTs are not inherently bad, just as a guillotine's not inherently bad, or you know, water isn't inherently bad. And I don't think it's bad for developers to make money from games in ways that don't affect the gameplay. So, for me, the Counter-Strike skins and stuff, I've never bought a skin. In fact, I've got my Steam profile is worth like £800. I've never bought anything on it. It's just purely for me unlocking stuff in the game as I play. But I've never bought anything, and I don't care that other people have bought weapon skins and things. I'm happy. I'm not happy about the gambling and stuff and all the other stuff, but in terms of in the game and Valve making money out of that stuff, that's fine. The only downside if you have a lot of skins and a lot of items is if it slows the game down, which I think has been a problem with Rocket League, for example. But again, I haven't bought anything in... Well, no, I've bought a DeLorean. But I've only spent like £5 on Rocket League. I don't care that other people bought stuff. It doesn't affect the gameplay. It's good. Well, do you know that whole thing with executions? It's weird because a guillotine's very efficient. Shooting people as well is like very good as a way to painlessly dispatch someone. But because it's violent or looks violent and is messy, people then are like, oh, we can't do that. So they then do forms of execution that are horrendous, painful, don't necessarily work properly because humans are like ignoring the reality that the relevance is painlessly moving someone's life, not how pretty it is.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Well, that was good. That went well. Well, we seem to have reasonable pace there, actually.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Right. Yeah, I know Harumph, but it's hard to, like... That's probably still painless, though. It's still pretty quick. Better than using an axe. Order! Order! Here we go, look at this. Did they have to pit after wrecking me? I hope they did. No, an axe isn't good because often the person doing it would mess it up. That was why the guillotine was invented, largely, because so many people were getting. There'd be so many issues. Why, if you're this car, are you squeezing this car so much? At this point here, you should be straightening up. Like I'm following the track here. Where is my car going to go? It's obviously going to understeer a little bit as well, but even not much. Like there's just a bump there. Why on earth would you keep your car hit? Like there's no point. There's absolutely no point. Also, you have to have defended the right hand side here on this track you should put your car on the right straight away. Here, you should just put your car on the right. There's no point being on the left. Even better, if I'm making a move here, he should just block it. He should do a preemptive block, even if though it's an illegal block. That's what you should do, because you should never have you never want a car on your inside through these corners. I think he was trying to block us there once we'd already got a nose cone there, but at this point here, he's lost the corner. If you've got you've lost it at this point here. You can't do it. You have to. You can't keep. Well, you can keep contending it, but you need to be on the. You need to leave space. But you're not. It's pretty much impossible for this car to come out in front of this car unless this car's really, really slow around these corners. So there's no point in holding there. You might as well just either let them have the inside or move over or retake them. Or like, yeah, you can't. You could just keep your car on the left. But why on earth? Like, no awareness at all. He didn't. He pitted me straight away. And then as soon as there's contact, he's also on the throttle and still turning in. I'm turning to the right here. Also, if you've got a car on your inside in this corner, you'd expect them to go even further off the corner than I did. Because if they clip this curb in here, it unsettles the car. See, iRacing's tyres are like, I'm braking at the limit here, and the rear tyres are doing iRacing tyre stupidity. How stupid are the tyres in this game? No. So Otfox. So you have to expect. There will be some movement from a car coming off a corner, and you can't drive a car not expecting the car on the inside to not understeer at all. Like, that's just stupid. That's another misconception that people have, is that. So let's say a corner was an absolute sheer right angle. If you're the car on the outside, you can't just go, well, I've left precisely the width of a car on the inside whilst going into it, knowing the speed that you've gone into the corner. And also if you're side by side, it's fine. If you're side by side, it's both cars have totally equal rights to it. But if another car has moved up your inside in the braking zone because you've not broken off, and you're on their back wheel, and then it's a right angle, and then you turn into them, or you don't leave, you turn in and don't leave any like margin at all for netcode or for anything, you obviously are going to blame the car on the outside, because neither driver can expect the car to, like, well, you shouldn't expect anything to just work perfectly, should you? Like, especially online. Also, the line out of this corner is not. I mean, the contact happens here. and so he's already pit manoeuvring me. So I am actually pretty much on the line. Yeah, but I don't need to back off because I'm. Look how far ahead the car. Yeah, right. Hang on a minute. Yes, if you don't do overtakes or any racing, yeah, nothing happens. No, if actually lifting would be right. Sorry, guys, you've earned yourself another one. If you guys, there's no point. I'm sorry if you're too. There's nothing I can say. Nothing I can say. Well, we've got to work on our playing here, but yeah, if you're not, yeah, funnily enough, if there's nobody racing, an accident can't happen. Yeah,
good job, mate. Good job.
Funnily enough, if you don't drive, yeah, nothing can happen. Yeah, funnily enough, if a car just pulls over, no accident will happen. It's weird, that, isn't it? Yeah, if you're ahead, you should. Yeah, he should lift, not me. Look, yeah, if you're in front of the car with just your rear wheels overlapping on a bit of corner, then yeah, that makes sense. Just if I lift here, right? If I lift at this point, it's just it's stupid. Like, oh, Joshua. Wheel. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a... Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your theory. Everybody wants a DD girl, and she's powerful and strong. What a beautiful lady she is. DD girl, DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty. I think the lady is a DD girl. What a dream deserve a motor babe. DD girl, dreamy girl. Joshua de Loremia has her in his bed. DD girl, DD girl. Let me see your silver motors. There she goes again, disappearing off into the sunset. Will she come back again? Probably not, because she hates being summoned from her forest retreat. Thank you very much for that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Emotional moment. Yeah. Thanks for being a member.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah. I race in Racecraft Defender Logic. If you don't race, there won't be an accident. Funny that. If you're in front, you should lift and pull over so the other car doesn't. Yeah. I know, it's the same notes, Ritual Horse. It's very weird, isn't it? I need to learn how to play I need to learn circular breathing. I'm practicing every day, guys. Every day. We're working on it.
My goodness!
Absolutely beautiful. I think we're close to nailing it. Every day is a didgeridoo day. Right, next race. That was fun. Let's do some Super Formula lights again. They're light and they're Super Formula. Basically, I'm innovating music in unique ways. And we're doing a good job. I feel like we're pushing the boundaries. Why would you go to McDonald's? Why don't you just buy some burger meat from Tesco's and some buns, and then make your own burgers that are a billion times better? Tesco's do burger relish. And then you could also, if you've got an air fryer, you could put some chips in the air fryer. Like, honestly, why would you even go to McDonald's? Are you stupid? As a former McDonald's worker, why would you go there? The only reason to ever go to McDonald's is if you're traveling and you need to get something before a train. That's it. That's the only permissible time. You know, if you're gonna go out of your way to get a burger, I mean, at worst, like Five Guys rip-off is probably the next best option. You know, like, I don't know why you would go to McDonald's unless you're in a rush. It just doesn't make any sense. For me, McDonald's is if I'm at like Paddington or Victoria train station or something. Victoria train station, McDonald's is to the far left-hand side of the train station. So if you happen to be going on like southeast trains, you can normally, even if your train's in like 5 or 6 minutes, you can normally run up to the window and you can say, what have you got available right now? And they'll go, we have this available. And then you can go, okay, give me that, but my train's literally leaving now. And then they throw food at you. And then you sit on the train, eating your McDonald's like some peasant, going, oh, I hate how this tastes, but at least I'm eating something. And then that takes 10 minutes off your train journey. Whilst you watch your phone, whilst eating McDonald's, dipping your fries in barbecue sauce. Where's the Burger King? There's a Burger King in Victoria Station. There's a pub in there, which is a bit of a shit pub. Paddington Station has a Sainsbury's. Paddington Station has a Marks and Spencer's food in it, and a Sainsbury's, so you can get like pre-done stuff there. Actually, Sainsbury's has like a salad bento box thing that's quite nice. Actually, Paddington has a upstairs on the left. It has a what's that French fast food thing? What's it called? What's that? Rouge, Cafe Rouge, is it? They do nice stuff. No, not Pret. I think it's Cafe Rouge. I don't know, but they do quite nice like rice bowl things, and they're quick. So what other stations are there in London? Liverpool Street Station is shit for food. I don't even. Euston, there's a Burger King. The McDonald's in Euston is out of the way. The Burger King's just before you go to the platforms if you're going into the Midlands or something. But it's a really shit Burger King. But that can be quite quick. King's Cross and St Pancras. There's a Five Guys just around the corner. What does King's Cross have in it? Oh, what does St Pancras have in it? Oh, there's a Marks and Spencer's food, which is quite good. Oh, the McDonald's thing is on the street, isn't it? Out the front. Yeah, McDonald's is expensive now. It's like £7 for a bloody shit burger. It don't make any sense. You due to inflation and stuff, the things that were already quite expensive are actually now less expensive because they haven't the prices. The inflation has been applied to cheaper things more than more expensive things. So weirdly, even though Five Guys is a rip-off, it's actually less of a rip-off in terms of the value for money that you're actually getting. And if you're eating shit food out, you know... Yeah. What good food places are there near St Pancras? Like, I always go to Marks and Spencer's when I go on the Eurotunnel or I'm travelling. Whenever I'm travelling from St Pancras to Midlands or the south or whatever. Well, $18. That's like £10 or £11. But food prices in America don't make any sense. It's well confusing. I said this before when I was in Seattle in 2019. The food pricing didn't make any sense. You could have you could go into a restaurant and have $15 of like really nice food, and obviously they want a tip as well. But you go into another place, it's like a sandwich place, and it's the same price. And it's like, hang on, it's not even cooked, it's a sandwich. And they're like, $12 for like a shitty sandwich with like stuff slopped on it. And then they're like, please tip. It's like, you just made a sandwich. You're not getting a tip for a sandwich. And the drink price, it didn't make any sense. I've not had Greggs for a long time. The thing with Five Guys that actually makes it cheaper, if you're with a friend, if you just buy one burger and one bag of chips and you cut the burger in half, that's enough food for two people. Easy. Absolutely easy. Enough food for two people. Half a Five Guys burger and half a portion of chips. That's like 2,000 calories. But nowadays, you're just way better off doing stuff at home. Like, even was saying with coffee before, spending £300 on a DeLonghi Dedica coffee grinder basket means that when you actually make coffees, you're only spending like 10p per coffee, and and then you get a nice Iron 8 water bottle using my affiliate link for £20 thermos. And you've got like a litre of coffee for the whole day that tastes better than anything you get anywhere, and it's always warm. So why would you... And then over 2 years, you're saving hundreds. Press exclamation mark water. Oh. Doesn't work. Where's my drinks bottle affiliate? Hang on. Not very good at promoting myself here, guys. There you go. Check this out if you want to get... We've got a discount code. It's my affiliate link for water bottles. They do thermoses that are really good. Walkabout used to be really good, but they went out of business. They used to be able to get like a burger, chips and salad, and a pint of beer for $4.99. it used to be £5. It was £5. Hang on. Even you should make popcorn using these. Here you go. This is the best way to make popcorn, guys. Bloody hell, I'm having to teach you guys everything. You guys are noobs. I've educated people about DD wheels, and now I have to tell them about air fryers and how to live. This is what you need. You get popcorn from Tesco's, or you can buy really nice popcorn from Amazon, different types, and then you put it in that and do that in the microwave, and it doesn't. It's really good. I've never said I'm not a noob. Yeah, I used to have the kangaroo burger. Yeah, it's quite nice. I quite like gamey meat, really. Like I've had buffalo steak as well, which is, you know, and all those sort of things. I quite like it. I mean, crocodiles are pretty dense, so I wouldn't be too bothered about eating them. Popcorn is rancid creation, barely edible. What? No, popcorn's good for you, for a start. Popcorn's fantastic. Well, how could you not like popcorn? I honestly. I feel like we have some uncultured swine that watch this stream. They don't appreciate the finer things in life. Great thing about popcorn is, if you don't cook it with butter or loads of oil and stuff, and put loads of flavour on it, you can just put a little bit of sugar on it, or even salt, and it's great. And you barely any calories. Could be a bit of fibre. Well, you don't have to put sugar on it, do you? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with some of you guys. I'm not a big fan of salt and sugar, though. I don't know why people do that. Bit weird. Oh dear, why would you do that, Wilson? Why would you put curry powder? I mean, that's just... You probably didn't think of it because it's a terrible idea. One of the worst ideas anybody ever had. I don't even want to try it. I think I'll feel dirty if I try it. Gourmet. Gourmet is just a word made up for stuff that tastes awful, but they want to lie and pretend that it's not awful. So they call it a different word so that someone can't go, oh, that's shit. They go, no, it's not shit, it's gourmet. And then someone goes, and then it's an excuse. So like anytime you mess up food or you do like really bad flavour choices, you just go, oh, no, it's gourmet. And then the person goes, oh, well, now you've called it that. Now you've called it another name. I'll accept it. Oh, do you want to eat some spiders that I pulled out of the shed? Not really. Oh, it's gourmet. Oh, well, now you say that. Yeah, that sounds good. I've got some. I went to the fishmongers, and there was loads of fish heads that they'd removed off all the fish of the day because nobody wanted to make fish head soup. I've took all the eyeballs out, and I've boiled them into an eyeball soup with the eyeballs floating around. Would you like some? No, not really. That sounds disgusting, and I really don't want to be eating eyeballs. Oh no, it's gourmet. Oh, well, in that case, yeah, no, I think I'll try some gourmet fish eye soup. But it sounds exciting. Shed spider crisps. Oh, I accidentally dropped all my salt in the food. Tastes a bit salty, but that's gourmet. It's a salt special. I don't think, but Biden's not alive. Biden's actually, he's actually an animatronic. Unfortunately, they've not quite got the voice part working properly. Bidetronic. When his batteries go low, he starts stuttering. Hello, counter debate. Oh, you've not seen the counter debate's not seen the didgeridoo yet. We've had a few people come into chat trying to tell me what to do with my driving, and we've defeated them with the didgeridoo straight away. Nobody has a comeback for the didgeridoo. It's the ultimate conversational weapon. He's still early access, yeah, he needs a driver patch. Yeah, I appropriate all cultures. I'm pro cultural appropriation. I think it's actually really bizarre when people frame cultural appropriation as a bad thing. It's like, what? It's like, someone's got a good culture and they have something cool, so we want to experience that as well. And anyone can appropriate anyone's culture. That's actually how reality works. It's like, it'd be like going, oh, how dare you speak English? How dare you? You're appropriating English language. It's like, no, yeah, like people are using it because there's lots of words. How dare you? Everyone can appropriate my culture. I don't have one.
Green, green, green.
Everyone does shoe me.
Here comes your first time lap.
Ever since I got my didgeridoo, people have been intimidated by the size of my shaft. Probably one of the biggest shafts in sim racing. Of course I did. Eau Rouge with the didgeridoo, are you ready? Ah! It doesn't work very well. See? First person to ever drive Eau Rouge with a didgeridoo in their mouth right there. That wasn't too bad. Could have been better. Could have been worse.
My goodness!
Oh. Ah! Who hasn't? Don't didgeridoo and drive. I need to mount it on the sim rig somewhere so I can just go to it. This is how I'm going to get my didgeridoo practice in. I need a didgeridoo rig. I don't know yet. We've not figured it out. I was thinking maybe like an iRating challenge for like a 3-day iRating challenge maybe. I don't know. But then the driving's been so bad. I kind of like, what's the point? So I just don't know. I'm just confused.com.
One more lap.
No, we use the didgeridoo every time someone says something stupid. And then I don't need to argue with them, I just blow the didgeridoo. Well, an arrow's going to have to be a very big arrow. You could shoot poisoned footballs, maybe. I mean, what size arrow are you like? Poison. Yeah, you could probably fit a full-size vibrator in it. There you go. Genius. Last race we did with this, there was at least 5 cars upside down, so I'm excited to see what happens in this one. I bet you guys are. I'll do a quick poll as well.
Chicken flag, chicken
We
flag.
qualified right in the crumple zone. Here you go, quick prediction. Top 10. Here you go. You ready? Fly from London to Bergen through mainland Europe. Well, after this race, I might boot up Microsoft Flight Sim and we'll see if it works. If it how long it will take to download the new stuff, because the UK update looks like it's quite good. Can any of you circular breathe? No, you have to circular breathe, but I haven't got the skill yet. So I can only do a single dig. I can't do the do yet. I just sound like a boat at the moment.
3,
2, 1, go. My fellow sailors are coming.
The estimated
How
SOS
dare you say that on my first day of didgeridooing that I'm not playing it properly? How dare you backseat didgeridoo? I think you need to get it. I think everyone should get a didgeridoo, and then we can meet up for the World Olympic didgeridoo. Didgeridoo off. I was thinking, how funny would it be to just be on a train in the UK with a didgeridoo, or like just every situation in life is made funny with a didgeridoo. Like, imagine just walking into the Houses of Parliament and just playing a didgeridoo. Like, you don't really see them in the UK, which is weird because it's like the original, it's the OG instrument, so you'd think you would see them everywhere, but you just don't. I've never seen a didgeridoo in the wild. So I think we could be the pivotal. I think Rolf Harris ruined it, to be honest. I think we can bring him back though. I think we can save the didgeridoo. Single-handedly. Right, here we go. Literally, lol. There we go.
Green, green.
Will we get through this? I doubt it.
There's an incident ahead.
That's it.
Keep to the right.
That guy was lagging so much.
Clear.
4x, I think we might be okay. iRacing, guys. Absolutely superb. Why was the car in front of me that avoided it, like, stopping and starting?
Car right.
We got aero
Keep to
damage.
the left.
I think we
Clear
might
on the
have.
right. Slow car ahead. Car stops on the right. There's an incident ahead. Go left. Go right. Go left. The next car's the leader.
Right, this is a premium online racing service.
Car right. Stay on the
It's
left.
borderline unplayable.
Clear on the right. The leader's fitting now.
I think I've got damage.
The leader's fitting now.
I think front wing's damaged. I haven't mapped a button yet, no.
Still there. Clear.
Well, not really. The thing is, iRacing's damage is stupid. It's like either it's just like a capped thing, and then the pit on this track's so long that we will lose a draft. So it really is pretty dumb.
You're in the top 10.
We might be able to stay in the draft of these guys, and that's about our only hope. we definitely got front wing damage.
Left side. Clear on the left.
So, like every race is just ruined by this stupid stuff in this game. Yeah, I might just quit this, to be honest. This is just terrible. I mean, the pit stop's probably going to take like 30 seconds. Why is he lagging so much? Wow, yeah, but there's no point in playing this.
You got a slow car on the left. Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
The pace car is out of control.
Repairable. That's it, go.
It didn't even fix it. Well, yeah, it's because the game has this ridiculous damage system where it's random, really stupidly random, and then massively affected by netcode, and then it's always the same if it happens to trigger the nose cone damage. It's like a fixed time penalty. Like, it's just weird. It's just really shit. They've done this like really nice visual damage system, but the game mechanic of how the damage works is completely broken, like utterly ridiculous. And like, iRacing always does the most superficially worst game design approach to everything in the sim, and I really, it's really bizarre. It's really, really strange. The damage system in iRacing is what you'd expect from like a 90s racing game. Oh, there's been a contact. Oh, okay, it's a bit random. Oh, well, it's the 90s. We're on 56k modems. But then they've got all these like, oh, the wheels fall off, the body does it, whatever, and then they're like, oh, we've got this damage stuff, and then it's like, okay, but it's carbon fibre cars and they bend. Ah, but we've got this new damage system, and we're really proud of it. It's like, oh, we're a really realistic simulator, but then, like, it's so arbitrary. It's so arbitrary. It's bizarre. So weird. But it is what it is. Yeah, until there's other options which are active online, and there's competition, iRacing won't, you know, unlikely to change. See if we can get back on the tail of these cars here. Things are looking good. Oh dear. It is entertaining though, like these stupid moments make it fun as a sim. Like, I think if iRacing wasn't so broken, I don't think it would be as entertaining. I mean, maybe it'd be genuinely fun to actually drive, that'd be good, but like, so many of the funny moments are from like the insane crashes, the bizarro physics, the ghost contacts, the tyres turning off. That creates a lot of the entertainment. You have more problems with higher reason, but I don't even know what that means. Yeah, that's it. You need. I don't mind the graphics. Like myself. Yeah, you always need competition for. Also, I think what happens is competition pushes. So when companies are stifled in design, like car companies or any company, competition pushes them to design better as well and do things they wouldn't otherwise do. You have more problems with iRacing. When I'll have exactly the same problems. I just am honest. I play lots of other sims, so it makes the issues very obvious. Most people that there's not that many sim racing live streamers, so most of them just won't play iRacing at all. You know, they're either going to be like mega iRacing fans, and that's what they basically all they play. But you'll find that I don't really know any other sim racer that plays lots of sims, not just one, as a streamer and a video maker. Quirk does, but I mean, for years he just pretty much played iRacing. But pretty much every streamer that plays iRacing is basically just playing iRacing. So that's why, like, if you know, I think they've lost perspective a bit. Well, I mean, they just enjoy it. It's just fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
New fast flat for you.
Well, your comment implies that it's by saying I have more problems than other people with iRacing, implies that they don't have the problems, which then implies it's my issue. Rather than an issue with the whatever game it is. Most people tend to be anodyne anyway, because it's easier to be that way. You know, like look at the LMU content that people have made. Well, it's not about assuming what you meant by it. How else? If someone says what you said, think about it. The logically forms that you're saying that other people have less problems. So it's not really assuming. I don't think I don't know what else you're trying to communicate. Am I going to have to take out the didgeridoo again? No, well, I'm going to have to get the didgeridoo out. If I say to you, like, let's say I say to you, like, let's say you're walking, and I mean, I don't know, you're doing something, and I say, oh, you seem to have more problems than other people. What does that actually communicate? What are you saying? You have to know any of the, like, if like there's a subtextual meaning to that, rather than it's an indirect form of communication inherently, as a way of saying anything. Because you're not actually saying a specific thing. You could be saying like a whole bunch of different things. You could be saying, oh, someone's more critical than other people, rightly or wrongly. You could be saying they are having more problems because they have a skill issue, or they don't like something and that's their subjective fault. You could be saying that they talk too much about the problems, or they're more vocal about problems than other people. You could be saying that other people don't talk about those things enough. But like, as a statement, you've basically it's so open-ended. You're not really communicating a specific thing. Within the context of video games, saying to someone, oh, you seem to have more problems than other people, is very commonly used to be a way to say, oh, it's a you issue. I think chat would agree with me. That's probably how that statement would generally be used. Well, I think everyone has issues. Well, I mean, you could just say what you're trying to communicate. Or subscribe to Life magazine. Actually, there's a new magazine I subscribed to from my dad. It's called Hustler magazine. No, it's bloody hell. What's it called? It's National Geographic Traveller magazine. It's quite good for like. It's a new magazine. I think it only just started, but it's actually quite good for showing off. So if you like photography and things, National Geographic has really good photographers, but it also shows off like different angles on like places that tourists might want to go to, but on less known places, and you know, different perspective on stuff. So it's quite a good. Well, my parents liked it, and they're really picky about that kind of stuff. It wasn't monthly. It's I'm not sure how often it wasn't really expensive though. It's like one of those ones where you subscribe to online. It's like £2.
One more lap to go.
I'm not sure if it is monthly though. I think it might be like quarterly or something. But yeah, I got it as like a stupid birthday gift for my dad, and thinking, oh, it'll be shit, and he was like, oh, it's actually quite good. No, National Geographic, if you subscribe to a year of it used to come with a little bag, which is quite good. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand. The jokes are too Dutch. Oh yeah, 12 more issues. Yeah, okay. Look, I haven't had enough street waffles to be getting the Dutch sarcasm. I mean, honestly, Jesus Christ. And you almost earned yourself a didgeridoo. Can you circular breathe, Niels? I've discovered today, after getting the didgeridoo, that I'm not good at circular breathing, and apparently it can take a long time to learn. So, the whole excitement of didgeridoo playing, I was like, oh, I can play the trombone, so surely I can play a didgeridoo. Now I have to practice. I just wanted to blow on some hard wood. Throat. I can't do throat singing. Hello. Well, every time I try and circular breathe, I can half do it, and then when I breathe in, when I try to refill my cheeks, I then stop blowing. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. I mean, right. This car has no... I bet someone didn't start, and then someone had to avoid it, and then someone else didn't do anything. Yeah, the reason why I hit this car in front of me is because he's lagging. So I can't predict his movement. Like, watch how he moves here. So I'm like, oh, okay, he's stopping. And then he suddenly... People say, like, the netcode in AC is bad. But he's stopped, so I'm like, okay. And then I can see it's clear in front of him. So I'm like, okay, he's going again now. And he does move away. He suddenly accelerates here. So now I'm like, oh, he's going now. Then he like bounces off that car. It's like, look at that. It's ridiculous. The net code and smoothing in this game is horrendous. How do you even crash on the start of this? Oh, this car's like the most ridiculously easy car to start. Does he? This guy just drives into the back of him? How can you do that? He's clearly okay, he's not going. So move to the right. Was he braking? But still. You'd be like, "Oh, I'm gaining on the car in front." So you would move left or right at least. You'd at least try. You wouldn't just drive straight into them. You would try to move if you have a car slow, because on this track you move to the right because you don't. The cars on the left tend to move inwards as well. If anything, you're like, oh, fantastic! The car in front's going really slow off the start. I'm going to move to the right. Really obviously, if they block me, great, they can do that. But I've got a chance to overtake here. You don't just drive. You don't just assume that they're going. The assumptive driving. That should be what it's called. Assumptive driving, where people assume that the people they're racing against are going to do something, rather than going, right, what's actually happening? What's actually happening right now? Oh, it's really ridiculous. Let's have a look at my nose cone. I think it just I think it just dented the aero in this silly way that iRacing does, which then gives you a fixed penalty. Yeah. Yeah, it just gives you a tiny bit of bent nose cone. And that's enough to give you like -3 seconds a lap on this track. That's it. Race over. That's how damage works in cars. It's always... The way it works is you get a bit of damage and it's guaranteed to be either, you know, like a regimented set between 1 and 10 of de facto damage. In real life, it's not really granular. It's not... Well, that would have been fine, Lorenzo, to be honest, if it had actually ripped off the wing, or... probably more likely snapped off part of the wing, which ironically in lots of Formula series, snapping off part of the car can still be really quite fast. But yeah, you know, it might have done. But it's really weird that they've done this really nice, the actual bits coming off the cars and stuff, which isn't synchronized properly over the internet, which is really stupid, so it kind of ruins it as well. But having body parts and things come off the cars looks fantastic. To be fair, R Factor 1 did it pretty well back in like 98 or something, but still, that's great. But is that really the most important thing for gameplay? Think of all the complexity that's involved in then the networking involved for the car pieces, the collision, the car model that then needs all the different versions of the car model with the bits coming off it and what have you, all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's either light damage that basically does nothing, especially if it's not an aero dependent track, or it's like one where it visually looks basically the same but you lose 10% performance, well, 5% performance. Then there's like 2 where you can visually see it quite clearly and it's like 20% performance, and then 3 the whole like component falls off completely and it's like 50% performance, and 4 car is completely written off. and I bet you it's actually programmed in quite a granular way. I bet you it's actually reasonably sophisticated. But the problem is because of the way the car contacts happen, the end result is one of those basically 4 things. So that, oh dear, well, you know how it is. Oh, I just blow my didgeridoo to calm me down a bit here, hang on. No, I just need to get the circular breathing right. I just need to get the circular... Yeah, because I can't circular breathe, Shumi. I need to get the cheek thing right, which requires quite a bit of practice. So for now, you're not meant to stop. Is that what you said to you? You're not meant to stop. This is Project Didgeridoo. It's gonna. You have to like. So what you have to do is you have to go like that with your cheeks, and you breathe in whilst you're breathing out. But you've also got to do that whilst going. It's really hard. So the way you can practice it is by blowing into water with a straw and keeping the bubbles going, and that way you can develop like the mental connection between pushing out with your cheeks. Because I made friends with an Aborigine. I flew to Australia. We picked a branch of a tree out. We cut it off. We banged it. It was being eaten out by termites. And he's given me some lessons, but I didn't pay attention. So that's how I got it. Yeah, real. It's not. Well, it is in my mind. It's real, but like a full on Aborigine didgeridoo requires a specific wild tree that's been eaten by termites to a certain degree, is a certain length. Then you have to cure it. Then you also have to shave it and file it down and stuff and do a bunch of things. That's just filthy, Lorenzo. Absolutely, not acceptable. We never have any filth here. But yeah, we need to blow a straw into bubble water and learn how to circular breathe. The other way of doing it is you practice doing small ones. So you're like, you practice doing that, and then you make the you do it for longer each time. So like, but I can't do it. I can breathe in whilst doing. I can half do that, but you got to do it whilst relaxed as well. That's the difficult part, because you have to have really good mouth control, and I don't have. Apparently, I've found out that I don't have good mouth control. That's just, it was one of those things. You could mod the didgeridoo, yeah. Normally they have to be a single contiguous piece of wood. I have a contiguous piece of wood. Never thought I'd tune into Game Muscle to hear a lecture on how to blow. I've been showing people how to blow for years. Do we try one more F4 before I quit iRacing again? before I consider my mental health. Oh, let's do one more. Let's do one. Why? I hate myself. I really want to do. I think I'll download Flight Sim tonight. I hope it's. Well, maybe it'll be quick actually. I don't know. I'm not used to having super fast internet, so Flight Sim's more an issue with their servers rather than your connection, so it'll probably take ages. Oh, we somehow gained safety rating from that. How does that work? We only lost 4 I rating though. Beautiful. Oh dear, iRacing, guys. I really like Oulton Park as a track though. I like Spa and Oulton Park. Focus right. Degenerate Australian night out here. Keep blowing on that didgeridoo. Oh no, I will. I've always wanted a didgeridoo. It's been a dream of mine. I really like them. I want to make some didgeridoo music. Yeah. I feel like if we should be able to get circular breathing down within like 6 months. And once you can do that, I could play a trombone badly, but I've got the mouth control to play brass instruments. So, you know, all that like tonguing and all that kind of stuff. And a didgeridoo is different. You like use it. A lot of the techniques be using more throat stuff. The lung control stuff will be the same as a trombone. The lip stuff's different. And you use vocal and deeper throat stuff, which is different to brass instrument. So, well, I think the thing with a trumpet is it's all in the front of your mouth, and then you're relying on the instrument to control a lot more of the subtlety. Whereas a didgeridoo, you're having to do all that stuff with your body. I don't need complex stuff. I'm happy just doing like the basics. I'm happy. It's also the other part of it is my lungs are wrecked from COVID, and so doing breathing exercises, and using my lungs more is a good idea. Because I noticed that I tend to really shallow breathe rather than use my full lung capacity, so that'd be good as well. Yeah, well, new Spa has the different corners, slightly different corner, the additional bit for the motorbikes, which you don't use in a car. The grass is all replaced with sand on so many of the runoffs. The grandstand, the house fell down, so there's a grandstand on the top. The left-right runoff is different. The curbing is slightly different through Eau Rouge. The pit exit and stuff has been tweaked a bit as well. I'm really the problem I have is I'm really slow at learning certain things. Like I'm a slow learner. I'm a very slow learner. But I think that's fine. I think there's a problem with pressuring people to get a result, and rather than enjoy the learning and then enjoying the struggle and then enjoying the reward of completing it more. I feel like school, one of the big problems with school is that it's all about getting results, because at the end of the year there's a test and you have to get the result, it has to be, you need to learn this, you have to learn this and that, right? Rather than it being like, enjoy learning. I get the, there's the logistics of everything, but I think that that actually imparts the wrong process of learning. Like there shouldn't be a rush to stuff in that way, and I think that rush component actually makes you less likely to learn something. Also, like when we were doing the AC, trying to complete AC, and we were doing the hot lap challenge. And I just had to do the hot lapping for like 12 hours in a row. It was really, I quite enjoyed it. I quite enjoyed doing that. And obviously a lot of people come in chat and they'll be like, oh, you're overdriving, you're underdriving, you're doing this wrong, follow this guy, do that. And it's like, no, just keep lapping, we're improving. I'm enjoying it. It's fine. Like, people can't really hate that. They really struggle with someone learning at their own special needs pace. Deal with it. So all my special needs viewers, we'll do things slowly and we'll get there eventually. Or never at all, and it doesn't matter. Alright, also, when I was watching the videos about how to play a didgeridoo and different techniques and things, one thing that occurred to me is the whole thing, the thing I go on about all the time with driver coaching or like coaching or lessons for lots of stuff. The difference is that there's people that fixate on technique, methodology, process, but they ignore the music. And that's exactly the same thing that I was trying to say with driving simulators, is that people can focus so much on lap time, winning and technique and, you know, the sort of study component of it, which is fine, it's totally valid, but they forget the music, which is what is the car actually like to drive and move around and play with. Isn't that the point of life, is the music. It's not how good are you at playing an instrument. It's, can you enjoy the music that you end up making with the instrument, and what music do you make with it? And sure, lessons and techniques might make you more adept at making more music, and it can help you and can, you know, that's great. It might add to what you can do, but fundamentally, I think the music is the actual point. And you get so many people that I think a lot of people, they're not following them. They're not doing the music. They're proceduralizing stuff. They miss the point. They get lost in the lessons rather than the what the lessons are for. The lessons are for you to play music. That it's not to just be better. What's the point of being better at something if you don't enjoy the thing that you're doing, or you're missing the actual point of the thing that you're better at? You're like you're an amazing pianist, or you're an amazing whatever, but you really don't. You're playing songs that you really don't understand, or you don't like the notes, or like, do you know what I mean? Or you can't play it in a different way, or you don't. You know, you just have a robotic approach. More philosophy at 8 PM. Well, this is we'll do this. We need to do a good quali. Focusrite Reddit. All my musician buddies just try to one up each other with technicalities and forget about music being an entertainment product, which they're trying to make a living from. How are they one upping each other? Do you mean like in terms of playing harder pieces of music or something? Or I always found it a bit weird. Some people I know that are very good at they're very good with instruments, but they were never interested in writing their own music. They just like playing stuff. Which there's nothing wrong with that. It's like playing video games and just getting good at them or whatever. But I find it strange when someone's really good at an instrument and they have zero interest in writing their own music at all. It just seems to me like the most obvious thing that you would do is you learn an instrument so you can then do your own stuff with it. But maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just different things. I can see how it's really fun to learn how to play a piece or do something that's, you know, it's a certain level, so it's really fun as a challenge. And you might already like that music, so fair enough. I wonder if that competitive thing is quite a Western concept of like turning so much stuff into competition. RMM. Thing is, if you're a guitar player learning how to play... What's David Gilmour? I don't know what that is. Yeah, it gives you something to shoot for. It's not even men, Richard, but that's a... I think people in general are quite competitive. I think it's a cultural... I think it's a cultural thing to frame things in competition. It's not necessarily bad. Like, you can have friendly competition, but that's what I'm saying. I think it's a bizarre cultural thing of like, oh, are you better than this person? Or even competing with yourself, and it's like, well, maybe that's not a good way to do stuff. Like, enjoy progress. And enjoy getting better, but where's he driving in reverse? I'm not saying that competition is bad necessarily. It just seems that we frame everything around competition, being competitive, when maybe you don't need to. Also, what's the point of being... If you're not having fun at something, what's the point of being better than other people if it's not something that's actually good? And then also, sometimes being better at something makes it worse. Like some things are more enjoyable when you're not that good at them. Well, there's a sweet spot. You laugh in the face. Yeah, I think where competition works is when you look at it in a... you don't see... So you see other people that you're doing stuff against. You're not really competing against them. You're actually still competing against yourself. You're just using them as a way to compete against yourself. So people get... When you have a competitive framework of you have to get the gold medal, or you have to win, you have to be the best in the world or the best nationally... You're creating a situation where only one person can be a winner, so most people are not going to be satisfied with that if that's actually a goal they fixate on. But if you look at competition as, oh, they're doing really well, that's helping me motivate myself for me to use as a benchmark to improve myself. But I can only improve. I'm only going to improve as much as I will improve, which could be better than them, or it could be the best in the world. But it's that reflecting it in terms of improving yourself and not being upset if your self-improvement ends up being worse than someone else's improvement. But like sim racing is a really good example of this. If you're the best in a race, right? If you're genuinely really good at sim racing, you have less people to race against, and it's boring. It's genuinely boring, and I've known multiple people that are good at sim racing, and it's even like even within iRacing where there's more competition. Once you get to a point where you basically are in the top 3 in a race, there'll be times a day, even for someone that's as shit as me, with some cars on some tracks, we would just be in front. And it's like, well, okay, mate, for me, I won't be winning races, but if I'm in the top 3 with certain cars at certain times of day, it means that you're either the guy that's in first place driving around by themselves, they're just hot lapping, they're not really racing, the guy in second place, which is not fast enough to keep up with them, and the guy in third place that's not fast enough to keep up with them, and they're not racing. No, but it happens at certain times of day on iRacing with some cars, or when we're racing Assetto Corsa sometimes, and we haven't got more people in subs and stuff in a race. And then that's for someone as shit as me. People that are actually genuinely really good, if you were at an esports level, you're only ever going to find competition with other esports drivers. Like actual alien sim racers, they're not going to be able to ever... I mean, now you do have iRacing, you do have like LFM and stuff, but for a long period of time, all they could ever do was leagues, and then it would be a total sweat fest. And then you get the whole problem of it being, okay, you're great, but the differentiator is whoever puts the most amount of time, either if it's open setup, doing weird setup stuff, or really sweating and hot lapping to win, which some people might like, but that means that they can't just get the basic enjoyment of, I'm going to jump into a race and I'm going to have a nice race online with people. So, yeah, I guess to help for them, they can, they start from the back of the grid. But then it's just, if you're just starting from the back and you're really fast, it's like, oh, okay, I'm overtaking people. But it's just traffic. It's not an actual racing challenge, is it? So... And I think that happens in other stuff as well. When people are really good at... If you're really ahead in school, you can be really limiting yourself in terms of who's going to be friends with you. So, I mean, I just think it applies to a lot of stuff in life, especially with competitive stuff, that I think maybe it is like a capitalist worker thing through education, where you want people to be workers, so you teach them to follow instructions and to be good workers, and you want them to work as hard as possible. And then so you pitch them against each other, so they then get a job in an office or whatever, and then they're then being more productive supposedly because they want to compete for higher salaries. And I think it's that sort of framework. And then there's also that consumerism framework, rather than going, oh no, actually. It is kind of culturally frowned upon for someone to say, oh, no, I'm happy with X basic amount of money. I'm happy with this. They're happy. They don't. I don't need any more stuff. Don't need that. There's obviously groups of people that reward, like say, oh, that's great. It's really good. That's how it's supposed to be. But I think there's a large cultural emphasis on. No, people need to consume. They need to keep building. FGT Elite quad monitor stand today, nice. Also working 10-hour shift as I assemble it. Hang on. You're being paid to assemble a sim rig. You're consuming the crap out of sim racing. I appreciate how much inefficiency I'm producing, because there's quite a few people, weirdly, which is really disturbing, I have a lot of people that watch my live streams that work in the sim industry, which I'm always surprised with because I just whinge like a bitch all the time. So I'm like, hang on a minute, what are you doing watching this shit? Also a lot of people that work in like IT and stuff, and I'm always like, guys, listen to some audiobooks or something. I don't know what's going on. I wouldn't watch... If I was a game developer or something, or I work in an industry, I wouldn't watch a live streamer in that industry. Like, I don't watch other sim racing live streamers at all. Really, I mean, other than like, I pop into random call signs chat because I know random call sign, or like randomly if I'm raiding people, or it's just like, no, to say hi or check. It's nice to know that people are okay. So sometimes I ask if I'll see if they look like they're not dying. But if I know someone's doing all right, then I tend not to. I just ignore them. If I worked in QA in the games industry, I'd watch streamers to then watch when they had the obvious issue that I'd already discovered myself. Or like, you know, if I was on the dev team and there's an obvious issue that I would like the developer to address if it's a small dev team or something, but I didn't want to stick my neck out by saying it, then I would watch streamers and YouTube videos to find one where they're really going on about the issue, so that I could then go, oh, boss, this YouTuber and this streamer is pointing out this issue, and look how and you know what I mean? I'll maybe do that. But I wouldn't, other than that, I don't think I'd really, Yeah, with Sims though, it's all developers already know all the stuff I say. It's all due to limited time and technical issues. So should we try Exocross after this? We'll do this race and we'll buy Exocross and see what it's like. I did notice when I did some game development stuff, it is actually quite hard to get good. It can be quite hard to get actually really good direct feedback from people, especially if you ask them for feedback as well. They tend to give you really weird feedback that's not either not honest, not because they're lying, but if a developer asks someone directly, the person then goes into a different mindset of how they analyse what they were doing, and then they come up with hypothetical things rather than what they're actually thinking. I think that's like a known thing in games as well. That's why you end up with those whole like Valve set up that test room where they just get people and they don't really tell them anything. They're like, oh, here's a machine with a game on it, and then they just video them. They don't even ask them questions, and they just see what they do. It's like data driven. Netcode's not a bug fix, no, but the stuff we've suggested the developer could do, but then there's loads of reasons why they wouldn't do it. What's Exocross? It's like a sci-fi buggy racing game using iRacing physics. So I'll be interested to see if the physics are as bad as iRacing. In the video it looked really bad, to be honest, the physics. But the concept of the cars, stages looked a bit boring, but cars sliding around is generally quite fun, so. And it's got wheel support, which is nice, so that's good. Like, and supposedly force feedback and things, so that'll be interesting. But if it just drives like iRacing, then, well. I really like Dirt Rally and Dirt Rally 2 physics, especially on dirt. Like I think they're very enjoyable physics. Even the new WRC Rally, I think they're good physics. Work well with the wheel, works well with the gamepad. Feels quite good. The force feedback was better in Dirt Rally 1. 8 media. Well, so I was thinking of running some like 45-minute races myself that would be like an IMSA but in AC. So an LMP2 car with GT3 cars and like 45 minutes, or maybe even LMP2 but with and GT4, like the Porsche Cup versus something else. Keep it as simple as possible. 45-minute race and try to have a large grid and see if it works. Because I think that format's a really good format. The new WRC, the handling's not necessarily too bad. It's got some problems, or they might have fixed it now. It has some issues. The problem with the new WRC was the frame rate was awful. The force feedback's worse than the older Dirt games. The single player had bugs.
Green flag, green flag.
Had a lot of issues.
Car on your left. Still there. Clear. Car on. Clear on the right.
Yeah, Unreal Engine problems and just a lack of development time. And the graphics also look worse than the old Dirt Rally games, which is weird.
The pace car is out of control.
Go right.
Oh, this game! Ah! This game!
Got wheel damage.
Fucking hell. So shit. You can't avoid people, and then the netcode goes, oh, that's it, you're wrecked. And then they spin and crash in the most ridiculous ways because of the tyre model. Fuck it, I'm not playing this. I'll finish this race, but it's too shit.
Stay on the right.
It's too shit.
Clear.
It's just too shit. Like, it's incredible. It's incredible how shit it is, and it could be so good with some really small tweaks.
Pit box is early. Be ready.
Bloody hell, early.
Move it, move it.
Pit box is bloody at the... Pit box is early. Pit box is before you get in the pit lane. I mean, how shit is that crash though? Like, obviously people spin and accidents happen, and that's fine. And obviously some stuff's going to be unavoidable. But the spins and the crashes are so blatantly from the tyre model being weird. The damage that forces you to pit is so blatantly from the stupid netcode and broken damage system. And then the other cars that drive into is so blatantly from the smoothing and netcode. And for some reason, I guess because people aren't technically very apt or they've not played many games, they just perceive it as, oh, it's either it's their fault or it's just unlucky, or they perceive it as, oh, it's just part of iRacing. But I guess maybe if you've never done any game development stuff, you've not played lots of driving simulators, I understand if you're always qualifying the top 2 or 3, or the top, let's say when you qualify in the top 6, you're much less likely to have accidents happen with compounding stuff, so maybe you wouldn't notice then. But your average person playing iRacing is accepting so much shit. It's bizarre. I can't think of another game that has, for so many years... To be fair, I'm choosing to play it and I know these things, so I'm part of the problem as well. I'm an idiot, but it is entertaining. It is entertaining, but it just blows my mind. It just blows my mind that this is basically the most popular driving simulator, and it is the case that the vast majority of people playing this and the vast majority of people streaming it are not mentioning the things that I'm mentioning, even vaguely, in proportion to what's going on. Like, if Counter-Strike has issues at the moment with the tick rate, cheaters. They moved a box in CS2. They moved a box on Dust 2, and everyone went mental about it. And everyone's going mental about the animations and stuff that's like 0.00001% as much of gameplay effect as this kind of stuff that happens in iRacing every single race. They go mental about it. If you were to watch like the average sim racing live streamer, they would just be like, oh, yeah, no. It's and the YouTube videos on this and the brushing aside, I can only assume that they only really do sim racing or something, and so they're not coming at it from a context of general video games. Maybe they're not technically aware of what could be possible. Maybe they're not aware of any game design stuff particularly. That's what's confusing to me. I can't think of a game that's... I mean, Tarkov, for example, everybody's going mental about it. They go mental about it. Like, the people put up with it and still play it, but they are going absolutely mental, always have done. So it's a game being how it is how it is. But when the like awareness of how it is, it just really confuses me. It's like we're not operating in the same reality. It's
just set the fastest lap, 32.858.
Yeah, this is the problem is nothing. There is nothing to compete with iRacing at the moment in terms of player base, range of cars. You know, to be fair, I think the problems in iRacing actually do make it quite funny and entertaining. It's obviously entertaining to watch me have a mental breakdown playing a video game, as opposed to me playing Flight Sim and just being relaxed. I mean, I'm actually relaxed when I'm being stupid about force feedback and stuff or whatever in games. I am actually pretty damn relaxed, to be honest. I noticed some people confuse me having a John Cleese over-the-top rant with them thinking I'm like actually having a heart attack or something. Like, they haven't noticed it's like there's overplaying things for the sake of the humour of it, which is a bit that's disturbing as well, because then you're like, oh, it was like when I did that sarcastic video about Gran Turismo ruining your life.
Go left.
And so many comments. Dave Cam did one as well, and loads of people going, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" And I'm just like, no, I totally agree, Niels, because once something's been around for like X amount of time, it's become like the cultural established norm, and also the EPIN has been developed in this, so you know, that it becomes a benchmark. So people will be like, well, you know, I want to see how I compare to a real driver, and it's just a framework. It's like how McDonald's is complete shit, but it's very hard for like Wimpy just couldn't beat McDonald's. To be fair, Wimpy's not very good, but Yeah, so I mean, this is why I think this is partly why I bother whinging about iRacing when I know it's completely unproductive. Is that at least there's someone saying it publicly, which then means that if I'm over the top, this is the same with this is what I do. It's totally stupid. I shouldn't do it because it's bad for me. But like, if I'm over the top and a bit annoying, like more annoying, it means that the less annoying people, they can say stuff. The less annoying people that have more credibility, they can say something in a somewhat anodyne way. But then they, you know, for them, because I've been a complete idiot about it, when they say it, it has more impact. So that's the only hope, really. But I mean, I don't know. But I don't see there being anything else other than iRacing for a while. So my real hope would be that they are working on the time model. My real hope would be that they reduce damage or something, tweak the netcode. No, I'm just an idiot counter debate. They tweak the netcode, get the tyres working more realistically. Then a lot of the other stuff about the game is great. Keep dreaming.
Time to push. New fast flat for you.
Look, I'm very pessimistic and cynical, but I'm also quite optimistic. Like, I don't know why. I just think it'd be ironic as well, wouldn't it? Suddenly, one day, I'd probably have a positive emotional outburst if the cars drove like cars in iRacing. Because just let him go. He's a lot faster than me.
Clear.
I really like force feedback, and I really like sliding cars around a little bit. I really like racing. I really like racecraft, and I really enjoy it. So I would really like.
Still there. Clear on the right.
I'd really like to be able to do what my job should be, which should be promoting sim racing, using humour to promote sim racing and share, like, get more people into it, and being able to be honest and be like, guys, like, this is really good, and because it is really good, but I want to be able to use that, but I can't do that when stuff's shit, because it would just be outright lying to people. So for me, if iRacing or other, you know, it's nice with AC, but obviously that's quite dated. It'd be nice to not have to just single-handed, like, only focus on the absolute positives. It would just be more enjoyable for me. It's not even about views. It'd be more. It's like air fryers. Air fryers are amazing, really good. I don't have to. There's no lying. They're bloody amazing. There's no like hiding secrets. Air fryers are incredible. So it's really fun telling people about air fryers that haven't got one, and I can be like, oh no, this is really good. Like, you know. It's not got all these like sub weird things. It's like, oh no, sim racing is great. Force feedback's amazing. It's great fun getting the equipment, guys. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, this really high performance piece of equipment is actually largely pointless because the games don't use it. Yeah, you can't actually use normal real world skills in the most popular sims on the market. Even though you could do. Like, it could be possible. Like, AC's really good. There are some older sims that are really good, but yeah, no one really plays them. So, you know. And then the moment that you're honest, I'm not having this same conversation again, but it, you know, it just tarnishes stuff. Billy Mays here. Like the Iron 8 water bottles that I have an affiliate link for. They're really good. They're really, really good. So I was really happy to contact that company and be like, oh, I'd like to promote your water bottles, and I'm happy making money out of that. Probably won't make much money out of them, but I've been telling people to buy those water bottles for years. They're really good. I've been buying them for years. It's awesome. There's nothing better than actually a good product, and then you can, you know, shill warning.
The car in C2, just at the fastest lap, 32.7.
Nothing's ever going to be perfect, and the more complex things are, it's going to be harder for them to be perfect. But the things that I complain about as well are not. It's not to do with abject perfection. It's when you have stuff that's been done 10, 15 years ago, and it still hasn't changed. That to me suggests there's a really big problem. It's really weird in sim racing how there was quite fast progress from R Factor 1, like AC, Live for Speed, GTR Evolution. There was really quite fast progress, and then in terms of hardware, things stagnated for bits. But you know, like you had the really shit wheels. Then you had like some like ECCI Frex and stuff. It was like sort of expensive at the time. But then you had like the G25, then like T300, like T500, T300 and stuff, and that all progressed. And then like DD wheels and stuff. So over the like last 20 years, and you can get really cheap load cell pedals really easily from loads of places. You get DD wheels really easily. So the hardware has progressed. The hardware is normally harder than software to actually progress. So the hardware has really progressed really nicely to the point where there's multiple options. You can't really go wrong. And obviously, software's it can be more complex than hardware, but not when the software has already done stuff 15 years ago. So yeah, it's just weird. I mean, the same thing, I think to some degree, stuff's happened with first-person shooters as well, where they were progressing really nicely as technology improved and graphics improved and networking improved. FPS games had this progression to them, and then you got to like 2007, and they just hit a wall, and then are now in this weird recycling certain concepts or just farming money off children. So that's just capitalism, I think. Driving and flight sims shouldn't really have that excuse because they're designed by reality to some extent. To be fair, Microsoft Flight Sim is being good, generally speaking. To be fair. And hopefully the next update has a career mode. So at least flight sims have gone somewhere, and DCS has progressed quite nicely. And I have to. Is the new COD actually good, or are you joking? I haven't played one that for ages. I find the player movement too quick in a lot of modern first-person shooters, and they remove tension and things. I don't think the developers got lazy, Ben. What normally happens is you have some semi-independent developers or developers that are doing exploratory game design and trying things out. Those games then get popular or sell well, so the developer then makes another game. This is all over like a 6-year period, 10-year period. Those developers then make a fair amount of money, or the game's successful, and then they're pretty burnt out from working on games for like 10 to 15 years, which is insane. Like you get really, games industry is terrible. So then what happens is a publisher buys the studio, and then all the core team leave, and then the studio is then producing the game, but they basically don't understand the actual design or the actual point of the game, so it just turns into like a generic product of a superficial version of what it's supposed to be. So like the Battlefield games, or Call of Duty, like the map design used to be a huge thing, or like the pacing would be a really big thing, and it just turns into spam. How can we sell more items? You know, the sort of actual artistry's disappeared. It's just been turned into McDonald's. So that's what generally happens. The thing is, in the games industry, you go through like phases where certain genres of game see more or less innovation, and certain platforms and genres have like the indie development or the indie interest in them, where you see like the new stuff come from it, and that can be in different places. So you see some like really good innovative stuff in VR, for example. There's some really good indie titles, and there's a whole bunch with 2D platformer games and RPGs. There's been quite a lot of quite innovative and different stuff happening, but the FPSs have kind of been a bit stale. But with Sims, it's with iRacing, it's strange how they've got away with it to the extent that they have. Like, I know they do a lot of work. It's not that they're not working hard, but the actual end output product is effectively the same as it was 10 years ago. With the core things that were bad about iRacing 10 years ago are still the same. They've added more content and more features and things, but the fundamental gameplay loop has been either arbitrary changes, like the time model changes they've done are arbitrary at best. They haven't actually ever addressed the physics not driving like cars. And then it's all sort of superficial stuff. It's really weird. You'd have thought a developer, like with flight sims, so with X-Plane 11 and Microsoft Flight Sim and those titles, normally the developer themselves are like really they want to keep pushing the boundaries of their tech and making it more realistic, and then they're constantly looking to do that. You were in the iRacing beta. Well, it's exactly the same now, Niels. Was the beta with the Skip Barber on Lime Rock Park? That was the first version I ever played. But now we have like a new generation that's come to sim racing, and they've not experienced the R-Factor 1, AMS 1, Netcar Pro, well, or even prior to that, the Grand Prix Legends, whatever, R-Factor, Live for Speed, GTR Evolution. They've not experienced that, and they've not experienced the equipment being shit and getting better. And they've come into iRacing, but ironically, and ACC, which in some ways they're very advanced, but they're ironically worse than stuff from the 90s. And that's now their benchmark. So it's for a huge, because most people my age don't have the time to do what I do, because they've got lives and it's not their job. So they've just moved on. So now you've got it's that 7 to 10 year thing where you get a new group of people and the clock is now reset. So unless Kunos really push things forward with AC Evo, even LMU it's just R-Factor 2 with like polish. And R-Factor 2 came out in 2012, and LMU, it's good polish. They've done really good work to it. It's not a huge team, so I'm not undermining what they've done. It's fantastic what they've done, but it is basically for the gameplay loop. the fundamental nature of it. It's R Factor 2, 2012. I'm going to be dead of old age by the time we actually finally have a sim where the cars drive like cars that also has online ranking and some basic next, like R Factor 2 netcode, AC tire model or better, or AMS 1 tire model or better. Nice structure. How can they justify pushing the boundaries? Well, the player base isn't necessarily that small in terms of monetizable capacity. So this was a mistake that steering wheel manufacturers and equipment manufacturers made with sim racing and flight sim, is that they would go, oh, well, there's only 1 million people playing driving sims at best. There's only 500,000 people that are buying driving sims. So, well, it's not worth making a steering wheel that costs £500 or doing this. Well, it turns out that the weirdos that play driving sims will spend £1,000 on a T-slot sim rig. They'll spend £4,000 on steering wheel and pedals. So even if you've only got 250,000 people, some of them, I've been around people where people have walked into a room and they've gone, oh, I don't know about sim racing. That motion rig looks good. £17,000. Oh, there you go. And they've got like 5 Ferraris in a garage, so they don't care. This is weird. iRacing and a lot of the sims are not capitalising on the fact that they're not selling. So driving sims are not necessarily being sold to like teenagers or people with low amount of money. iRacing is making money out of the monthly fees, which is a lot compared to other games. But they could be selling microtransaction stuff and capitalising on the whales that would happily pay shitloads for like prestige items in the sim, which would then allow them to potentially have all the tracks be free. There's no creativity. Like sim developers, I think the problem is you have to be really technically minded to do physics programming, and the culture that normally comes from sim developers is really technical engineering type people, which is great. They are doing stuff that's very complicated, way more advanced than most video games. And you know they have very tight time frames to do very, very good work compared to the interactive components that you find in most video games. So that's why they're kind of how they are. But their culture is this really tight engineering culture. They don't seem to have the broader creative capacity. Also, motorsports fans, car fans tend to be people that are really a bit autistic-y about details of cars and things, and very limited in focus and very detailed in that focus, but they're not loose-mindedly creative. That seems to be really common in the sim industry, flight sims, driving sims, and so the developers can often miss out on ways to more creatively monetize the titles or format things or do things in certain ways that aren't necessarily large development cost but could really massively positively make a lot of money basically. But this is state of sim racing. It's just how it is. It's how it is. Kids these days seem to be happier with less in their game. Oh, I don't know. I think that's just an oversimplification, Richard, because a lot of the games we played as kids were shit. Like, come on. Doom was, you've got your character, you spawn in a room and you run around shooting stuff, and there's like 12 guns in that game, and you just run around fairly simple maps. There's not much to that game. There is, from a game at that point in time, and if you were building that game yourself, it's a lot, but like from a player's perspective, that's a pretty simple game. Most of the games I played on Atari as a child were very simple games. They're very good, but they're very simple. So even the more simple games you have now are actually quite complex games still. Like PUBG, you've got loads of stuff happening.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for subscribing. Thank God you don't think the way you do. Well, what way do I think? All I did was present a specific thing. right, you've earned a didgeridoo for that. Like, I'm struggling to do. You need to learn, guys. You can't assume what someone is saying. Hang on. That's what you get for that. There's different ways that you can do microtransactions in games. There's obnoxious ways. There's simple ways. There's an infinite amount of ways you can do it. And that doesn't necessarily mean you need stupid shit everywhere. Let's get this Exocross game. That's what she said. No assumptions necessary. We don't need microtransactions you described. Hang on. You really didn't. Let me put it this way. What's better? Some non-obnoxious microtransactions where people can have official car skins that are part of the simulator. Official prestige car skins that effectively look the same as existing car skins, but they're official prestige ones. Maybe like Tony Kanaan official iRacing skin, or Max Verstappen official iRacing skin, or whatever. Prestige car skins that then have a special like star thing on them or something that's built into the game. So it's subtle, it's not over the top, but it's a prestige car skin. And what if you could monetize that? And what if that allows you to then not have to sell tracks separately or cars separately, so that you're then not dividing the player base up? What if it turns out, based off pretty well established market data, that those forms of monetization can derive massive amounts of revenue for developers, even more so than trying to directly sell content, especially if you are doing a game as a service that's predicated on people being able to race the same stuff together? But no, obviously I have no idea what I'm talking about at all. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous suggestion. Not even saying it's the best way to do it, or that the point is to just outright dismiss that kind of a comment is silly. Right, Exocross. Got to buy it. How's it spelled? £33? Jesus Christ. Why does it have the iRacing? Oh, iRacing Presents. Alright, let's give it a go. Exactly, Lorenzo. You can do stuff that's not obnoxious to other players at all. There's only going to be visible to only going to be there for the player that's bought it as well. People do that. Yeah, like you might go, well, hang on, that's a silly thing, or you know, it could even be like a little keychain or something, or I don't. There's stuff that people put in real race cars that you can get past scrutineering. That's like a personal touch, like a dashboard sticker or something. There's so many things that could be done, but you know. We're downloading Exocross here. We're going to give it a quick. £35 seems a bit steep for what I don't think is supposed to be like a fully fledged game, but. What do I know? Here we go, loading that Exocross. Right. Oh. Well, first of all, you have to turn the music off, audio music. Right. What if I want to wheel? Oh, there we go. Pedals don't work. It won't pick up pedals. It says button. Does it have a... Oh, do I have to bind it as a separate? Alright, reset defaults. What? How can you mess this up? Oh, okay. It's this way of doing it. So you have to... What? Yeah. This is stupid design. You have to... Hang on, did it just forget it? Ah! Did not mean to do that. How do I delete the current binding? Did it save that? No. We won't let you... Oh, X save changes. There we go. What? This is so badly designed. I mean, really. How can you mess up this? How is it like... How do developers mess this kind of stuff up? This has been worked out in games a long time ago. Right, there we go. Right, let's just assume that's working. Oh, pedals aren't working. What? Why is it not moving? No, but it's coming up in game here. Only let's use one at a time. So dumb. Oh, yeah, well, there you go. That's good. Well done, iRacing. Hang on, this is also a button. I just put assist on, I think. Well, I mean, it feels like it's still got some kind of auto stability thing on it, but it doesn't seem like it's just a bit bland. Doesn't seem like terrible handling, but it's have I still got steering assist on? Off. Oh, okay. It's very sluggish. I don't feel tight. Just the track design also seems a bit. Well, I mean, look, the graphics are quite nice. I like the blue puddles, and the frame rate is good. Actually, the frame rate's awesome. This is straight away running perfectly. But this, the physics are boring. I've just got my foot on the accelerator. It's the going into a slide isn't fun. It's bogging out of the slide by itself. Like, why, if you're going to have this type of car, why not put rockets on it? That would be fun. Like, this sort of simple handling. Put rockets on the car that you can fire at the other vehicles and then blow them up. That would be fun. That would be amazing straight away. You can have quite simple handling, easy to drive cars on open tracks. Put rockets on the car immediately. That's really fun. I mean, the graphics engine looks good. Like, it's running nicely, and the shaders look quite nice. So, and the grass and things. So this would be nice. The force feedback's really bland in this as well. Like, this is really dull, boring force feedback. Like, dirt rally's way nicer to drive than this. I just don't. I'm not really. I think if the track was really interesting, so it's very easy to drive. So the nice thing with big open tracks like this is when you've got really newbie drivers. This is really accommodating type of track for people that are new to driving games, which is nice. But then What you then have to do is you still need to make sure the car mechanics have enough depth to them so that so an okay driver or someone that's playing the game a lot can really enjoy refining it. But then something like this with weapons would instantly, because once you've got easier driving and sort of larger tracks and slidey controllable cars, straight away having weapons then means you can focus on aiming as much as you can the driving, which then is a really fun mechanic. Using mixing the driving with shooting is really fun, and hardly any games do it well. This game engine is running really well though. I mean, it looks quite nice, and it's running. The frame timing is really good. Like engine wise, graphic engine wise, it looks really nice as well. And there's a fair bit of tree. I mean, there's not a huge amount of assets, but the terrain's quite nice and detailed. This is definitely a full accelerator. Oh, AI's murdering me. Yeah, we'll finish this race and then we'll. I think artistically the track's a bit crap. Like the road surface undulations and stuff's fine, but like it's a really boring forest location. You really need, like, when you've got a game like this, you need really nicely themed tracks. Like, so if it's snowy, really go overboard on the snowiness and have it so that, oh, you've got a section that's a frozen lake. Oh, there's a section where it's snow, and then the snow's been cleared out for a bit of track, so you're in a valley of snow. And then, oh, it's snowing really aggressively. It's a snow track. or do you know what I mean? Like, do that bog standard theming thing, or like, oh, it's the desert track and it's got a sandstorm and there's a tornado, and it's just really the most obvious thing that you would do with a. Loads nice and quick as well. I like the. I really like the graphics, the actual technical execution of these graphics. Like, there's a nice. The road texture looks really nice. I do like the idea of having dirt on this platform. That's cool. So you have like you've got like this under construction roadway, but it's got dirt on top of what would be a flat surface. That's really cool. I like that. That's really nice, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that before in a game before. The handling is just super dull, though. And these cars are... I mean, maybe... I feel like you need stuff that's more nippy and twice as fast. Like, have you ever played... what's that game where you could drive on the roof? I'm not having to use a brake at all. When you turn, it slows the car down. Roll cage, yeah. So to be honest, if I was designing this game myself, I would go like the concept's quite good. Off-road dirt vehicles on Wipeout style. So off-road Wipeout, that would be the design brief I would go with, because no one's done that, and I think that would actually have a lot of potential. And I would then go, okay, so it's a more grounded wipeout. And then I would basically go from there. More like faster buggies, some basic weapons. But as this is right now, this is just dull. Yeah, or MotorStorm's not really like that at all. That's a whole different thing. Like, MotorStorm's fine though as well, but that's a whole different type of game. I'm just saying, if someone wanted to, let's say you want to make, oh, that was the handbrake. Let's say you want to make a new Wipeout game, but you don't want to just make Wipeout because people are bored of it. If you basically made an off-road Wipeout, I think I could see that being quite a... what happens if we drive off the road? Oh, we get a time penalty. Not bad for driving off a cliff. Yeah, this feels like it's a sort of concept demo. It needs something that, like weapons. If this had rockets and multiplayer, that would be fine. Maybe, and then less sort of assist with handling. The tracks are nice and simple, but that would lend itself to more car combat because you'd be focused, as I say, on battling rather than driving. This is not a £35 game. What were they think? Like, this should be like a $9.99 type jobby. It's not, you know. Or does this have VR support? Like, put VR support in this straight away, and that makes it way more compelling. That would have been quite good. This would actually feel fantastic in VR. AI has a habit of murdering you. I've been fired off. Yeah. AI has a habit of just driving into you. But because the handling is so simple, this isn't really... it's not a fun challenge, really, driving this. I wouldn't call it a bad handling model. Whee! Oh, no! I don't have the button to respawn. I didn't rebind it. Oh, no. That's it, race over. Well, you got this nice car damage system. Why would you not put rockets in it? Then they're not manned. So why would you not put rockets in the cars? How fun would that be? Keep it to like basic rockets. So the projectile, you have to aim the projectile and you balance the speed of the rocket so that it takes skill. So it's not cheesy. So if you're being shot at, you can move to avoid the rocket. But if the rocket hits you, it then blows you up or does certain damage. And then you've got a really awesome car combat game on nice wide tracks with cars that are quite easy to drive, so you're focused on trying to avoid stuff. That would be a great game, and I don't think it'd be too much work to add some basic rockets to this. What? You need something. Yeah, exactly. And then you could maybe even paint the car or something. I don't know. It's so dull. Look at these tracks. Look really dull. Let's try this one. Can I pick a faster car? Intermediate, advanced. Oh, there we go. Let's try this. Advanced car. Okay, so they've made the physics are different. So the car that's advanced has less assists on it, or it slides more. That's better. Oh, that's better. It's really weird to do that by car, but fair enough. It's still very forgiving, but yeah, that's a lot better. That's more fun to drive because you're actually driving, and that makes sense that you'd have a car that's super duper easy to drive. Mind you, the brakes are very unresponsive, but you know, driving sideways through corners is always fun. I mean, I think this handling is quite fun actually, but the say lack of weapons, level design's boring. I can't use pedals. I mean, I'm a bit biased when it comes. If you can slide, I normally feel quite happy. I'm not quite sure why you'd go for such large cars. It seems a bit of a weird choice as well. I'd have thought smaller carts, which then effectively allows you to have faster carts that are more agile, while still giving the player space. So, like, if I was designing this game, I would want smaller carts straight away because it gives you way more options. Rockets, and I would want the level design to be more themed. I think this, for what these cars are, the handling approach is perfectly fine though. Like, as a generic arcade handling philosophy, it's not bad. Oh. 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 Okay. That's because I said the handling's not bad. Well, I hope we damage the car. Let's try. What else is there? Hang on, were we just on this? No, what were we just on? We just did. Were we just doing that? Let's do this one. Yeah, there's supposed to be other planets. Oh no! What? I don't have a reset button. Whoops! Yeah, it all looks like generic deformed terrain, doesn't it? That's what I said, it's not themed enough. Yeah, I just noticed that. Respawn in the menu option. I quite like the lights on the wheels. I think that's a good idea. Brake lights between the wheels. That's actually quite cool. So, two nice ideas I've seen in this. Oh, bloody, I need to drive this from first person. Brake lights in the wheels, and then the concrete with dirt on top of it. What's funny is someone could just make this in AC and it would instantly be better. That'd be different. This has good, probably has better good gamepad support straight off that, out of the bat. I mean, the grass, it's got grass, that's good. No, I know. Well, Big Red Racing was incredible. Big Red Racing had boats, helicopters, humour, actual... the AI's pinned me again. The AI just drives through you in this. Big Red Racing was bloody amazing, and I don't know why no one's remade that game. It also had sheep hidden off the map that you could jump into over ramps. Thanks for subscribing, Crastify. Well. That went well. That ain't my belly button. That ain't my finger neither. I was playing Big Red Racing when I was like 9. My parents are like, what did that just say? What? Me and my sister are laughing at it. My parents are like, do they understand that? Me and my sister are like, yeah. Yeah, we understand it. Oh, why? I keep losing it on this track in a weird way. Wow! Roofed him. Oh, Jesus. It's got quite a dislocated feel to this. Like, it's actually weirdly like the iRacing physics, but in slow motion. Like, if you're trying to do a counter steer moment, it's actually quite sluggish. It's very weirdly sluggish. You'd think with this type of a game, you'd actually want it to be more responsive. Oh, I keep doing that. Let's try and actually do a good race. The force feedback's a bit bland, but it's probably good enough for this type of game. Just feels more like a centering spring kind of force. Those chevrons to indicate a tight corner are hard to see because the advertising board behind it blocks the chevrons. Yeah, you'd have thought for an arcade game, you would make the engines have really like over the top exciting engines. Not. This just sounds like transmission. Yeah, it's £35 though, which is mental. This should be like £10 at best. Right. Kirith here. Kirith News Channel. The Kirith Zone. I'm getting motion sick from this view. Every time he says game changing or Fanatec, you have to have a shot. Anytime he says controversy. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm done with this. I think that's it. I think I'm there. I think that's got challenges. You can do challenges. That's nice. You can do a championship. Oh, iRacing. Why would you put the iRacing logo in this?
Some say that racing just hasn't been the same for a while now. We cleaned up the planet, turned climate change around, built a healthier and more sustainable society. All great things. But those of us who love racing, well, we lost touch with its spirit. When personal transportation devices went away, and sim racing was all we had left, cars and tracks didn't connect with us like they used to. It's hard for sim racing to mean much when you've never felt what was being simulated.
That's because they're playing iRacing.
That's when someone had the bright idea to send unmanned cars to space. It sounded crazy, but what good idea hasn't at first? And that's how we ended up finding Proteus, the planet that became a racing playground. In the age where we thought we'd seen everything there is to see, it was proof we haven't seen anything yet. And soon, a new generation of stars emerged. And Exocross was born. And only one can become the ultimate champion. So yeah, they're right. The racing hasn't been the same. But once you've experienced Exocross, there's no turning back.
Right. What's more fun? Vehicles with people in them, where you're racing against a hypothetical real person, or a remote control car on some mundane, indistinguishable alien planet? Just conceptually, if you're playing a first-person shooter, what's more fun, shooting robots or shooting some kind of like humanoid enemy? So already, why would you not be like, oh, you could, even if you don't want to show people in the cars, because let's say it's a battle game, so you're blowing stuff up, so you don't want it to be violent, so it's just remote control, fine. Well, you could imply there's people in there, or you just don't mention it, and it's just you exploding cars. But there's no explosions in this, so why not have the cars are actually driven by characters, and they're alien characters maybe. But maybe it's an alien racing game, and you have alien characters that have a story behind them. I don't know, anything. Why? It's like someone has sat down to do the dullest, least inspired thing for a player to be motivated by. Like, you... It's really weird. Why would you even try and incorporate the iRacing sim racing thing into the plot of this game? How does that make sense to anybody that's likely to buy this game? Why? Who buying this game? So if you're an iRacer buying it, okay, great. Then make this game really fun for iRacers with the wheel and pedal support out the box being absolutely fantastic, and then make it like a more way for iRacers to blow off steam by doing some silly online racing, maybe with some explosions and stuff and rockets, in contrast to iRacing, and then make it so that if you've got an iRacing account you can get this game for a heavy discount and, you know, cross promotion. Or the game's not really for iRacers necessarily. It's its own game in its own right. It's its own thing in its own right. In which case, make it appeal to people that are likely to buy this game in its own right. I could see like 12-year-olds being like, oh, cool, big vehicle, exciting cars, stuff breaking off them, crashing, alien planets, snow planet, desert planet, tornadoes, waterfall, big jumps. There's the alien character that I hate because he's ugly and stupid. Here's a really likeable alien character that's been unlucky. It could even be like a Max Payne comic book. Why is there so little creativity in racing games and sim racing and stuff? And it's just, I don't... What? I mean... £35! It's true, Kirith, yes. Even then, like, you could... Oh, there's just I just... I just don't know. Like, I just don't get it. Why would you not? This graphics engine, like, let's say you can't afford Art Team to do lots of assets for a game, like tailored track assets, because, you know, it's quite a lot of effort to build like specific trackside objects, lampposts, all these details and everything. So, but what you can do is the Art Team could do stuff with the, you know, like terrain deformation and the actual terrain surface. It's quite simple stuff. Not many games with larger, like, you know, sort of Unreal type environments and stuff. Why would you not just have one of the environments is like really rolling fields of like grass, long grass. The alien planet is the grass planet, and you have these really long rolling fields, and then maybe like a big jump that goes over a canyon, but it's all grass on top, or maybe there's like some rivers and things, and it's just really simple, and the graphics are all from like, you know, like basic terrain deformation stuff that you can do and get a lot of game engines now very quickly and cheaply and make it look impressive when it's not actually been that much work, but you make it, you know, same with like the snow planet thing and stuff. So it doesn't require people to model loads of things. There's stuff you can do. Why is it so dull and uninspired? Everything. What's going on? Why do people just... Is it because in the past people were taking drugs or something? Or the creative people were just normal? I don't get it, guys. I honestly, I'm just... Let's do the Vulcan Open. Speed ring forward. 4 laps. Okay. Why don't we have rockets in, like, weapons in racing games anymore? As a normal thing? Even if, right, do you know what's funny? This could actually just be ovals. This could just be oval tracks. But you have... What if you made the cars lower poly? Lower detailed vehicles? So you could have 50 AI cars or 100 AI cars or whatever, but it's oval. Like the most insane oval racing series, off-road oval, really large super speedways, and you just have to win at giant oval tracks, and then you unlock another giant oval track. Maybe it's snow, maybe it's mud. You could do that and people would love it. They'll be like, oh, man, this is mental. Have you played that game where you start behind 50 cars and you have to win and it's oval? Like, there's just so many... Right, there's so many things you could do that were vaguely creative. One hook One thing! One thing! You could just like... Yeah, Battle Royal Oval. Gee, like, you know, I'm just full of these ideas. I used to play a lot of arcade racing games like Wrecked, Mashed, Micro Machines. Oh no, is there online racing? Yeah, Mashed, Wrecked, Revenge Revisited. Oh, there was Mashed, and then there was one. There was what? What? Hang on, they've started the race performance. Hang on, the controls are laggy. What? The controls are laggy. Hang on a minute, is the networking affecting the controls? What? The online has different controls. That's weird. Yeah, no, Mashed, Wrecked and then Mashed, but well, that was weird. It put us in a game and then it was already started. Yeah, they made a version for the Xbox 360, but it was crap because the developers didn't really understand the design of it. But yeah, someone needs to remake that game properly. I didn't. Oh no, hang on, what's this? Time remaining 1 minute. Oh, is it like is it meant to be like a Trackmania thing? Like a non-contact Trackmania mode. That's exciting. That's the most fun gameplay mode you can have in a game. Hot lapping. I guess that suits our racing though. Oh, that's... Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Quit. Is that what it is? Online race? Oh, it was qualifying. Oh, hang on, lap 5. Oh, here we go. Why is there an iRacing logo in it? Right, I don't understand the connection to iRacing. I get iRacing publishing it and stuff. But I don't understand how a player that's bought this game would understand what on earth the iRacing logo and iRacing has to do with this. Like, what? It doesn't make any sense at all. It just doesn't make any sense. It's really bizarre. It's just confusing. iRacing art. This explains. This kind of explains why they have such bad game design in iRacing itself, because they do stuff. If this is, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the.
Oh, it's like a PlayStation.
One of the.
Oh, it's the PlayStation logo.
Practice like, even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, look, it's not necessarily... It's like a pre-alpha tech demo where someone's gone, okay guys, here's a prototype of off-road racing with these buggy vehicles, and what we're trying to demonstrate is wheel support, gamepad support, and the vehicles and stuff, and frame rate, and the general infrastructure. But we've not actually really put in the gameplay into the game yet properly. It's just the general structure of the game, like as I say, a really early alpha. Or if you were doing a really early game and you were trying to then let's say you're a new developer and you wanted to then be able to pitch to an investor, and you could show the investor, look, this is the product here. You can see the foundation. You can see that we're technically capable, which is a very important thing to prove as a new developer. And then you could show them a design document and brief and explanation of what the actual game would be and why it would work in the market, and then you'd likely get funding for it. That's what this feels like. This doesn't feel like a £35 game. Yeah, no, I think it was like a sort of tech demo thing on Steam, wasn't it? By another developer. And then iRacing have bought it, and presumably so they can develop their own stuff and also use the engine technology or something. I don't know. Maybe use it for testing stuff. Who knows? So you get a 3-minute qualifying, which is like a ghosted Trackmania qualifying thing. Where's he going?
The pace car is out of control.
It's just confusing, guys. It's just confusing. Right. Why in general are driving games so unimaginative? Like Wreckfest was quite nice, but even that was pretty unimaginative. The older Wreckfest games were more imaginative, flat out, where you could launch people and stuff. And then like Carmageddon and things back in the day, where you're running over people and you have missions, and then you could also race. I'm doing what I can to conquer it, Kirith. Rapid fire round. It's changed the wheel sensitivity when I've gone into multiplayer. That's what's happened here. No, Ucha, that's every live stream of mine. You've confused things there. That's just the apathy that one develops watching Gamer Muscle videos and live streams. Don't worry about that. It's perfectly normal. Let's put a circular wheel on. Oh, I can't use a circular wheel. It's not got the throttle pedals on the circular wheel. So, and I was using them to accelerate. Forget that idea, guys. Silly plan. I'm an idiot. I wonder if we can hot swap wheels in this game. Oh. Well, guess so. It might do. What do I make of this Strictly Come Dancing? I don't know what you're saying, Kirith. Whatever you're on, can I have some? It's very confusing. What do you make of my didgeridoo, Kirith? This is how I deal with people that are annoying. Hang on, sorry. I feel like I'm getting better each time we try it. Each time. Okay, let's go. Each time we pick it up, we're getting better. I like to think of myself as the first ever didgeridoo playing sim racer. Once I've got circular breathing down, we'll be legendary. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's so slippy. I was laughing at him, and then I had no grip. Why is the multiplayer grip totally different to the single player? What's this about? Oh, cold tires. Thank you. Forgot about that. So the wheel rotation keeps changing every time we load in. The wheel rotation's gone. And there's like, I think there's like a dead zone in the single player. It was working, but I think this is it's like a latency now. Yeah, no, there's a delay. The online, I think what's happening is the server delay is affecting the input. Because this is what, before I took the other wheel off, that's what was happening. That's really weird. Why is it so slippy? iRacing have incorporated iRacing grip levels into this game. Maybe iRacing developers, maybe they're perceiving grip and reality totally different to everyone else. So to them, it's like normal. How on earth would a tyre this size on like metal be that slidey? iRacing developers have just got to be, it's got to be an elaborate troll to see what they can get away with. And just see what, you know. Oh dear, guys. The crane model's nice. I really like the details on that. The little railings and stuff. Good job on whoever modelled that. No, it's so slidey. Well, I am refunding this. iRacing are not getting £40 off me for this. £35. £35? Oh, I got an achievement. I think I'm done with this. £35, guys. Anybody that's paid £35 on this would be like, you'd be like, well, what? Hang on. You'd be like, well, what am I doing? What? Back? Continue? I can't get through the menus. How dare you try and get back to the main menu? What's this about? I'm trapped in the server. No, quit. Oh, there we go. I think that's it, really. I mean, you can got garage. You can change the colour of the car and stuff. And some patterns. Theatre. Oh, it's probably for replays or something. Yeah. Well, I also feel motion sick now because of the camera. Right. Yeah. Refund. We'll do a video about that. Bloody hell, guys. 4-way contact patch traction technology. Yeah. Obviously, complex physics de facto mean the game's gonna be great. We all know that. That's strange. That's very strange. It came out yesterday. Let's see the blurb. We're happy to announce Exocross has finally reached 1.0. It's out of early access. The physics have been completely revised. New game modes, including AI races, have been added, and there's lots of new content. What are they on? It's embarrassing for iRacing. This is not good for iRacing's brand. Like, iRacing has spent a lot of money on marketing that iRacing is the most realistic thing, and people fall for that because they don't know any better, and you've got real race drivers driving it. So they've constructed this image of iRacing being like glorious code gods, which is great. Well done. Good for business. Releasing games like this under the iRacing brand, even though it's like, oh, it's quirky fun and it's different, it just looks incompetent, which then makes people go, hang on a minute, maybe there's some elements to that, to the other overall brand. It's not good. I wouldn't put my brand, I wouldn't put iRacing on it. Also, it's confusing to a consumer. Like, why put iRacing stuff on this? How does that make any sense to a consumer? And how does that add any brand value to iRacing? But for all means, you could announce it and go, oh, this is, we're doing this tech, whatever, do it for good price, tech demo, fine. That's fine. That's great. So get the promotion and the interest and stuff. But why would you put it in the game so obviously? It's very strange. Are you legitimately critting the physics of a 7-ton massive aggro-tied suspension car in space? First of all, you might not have noticed, but it was on a planetary surface. Secondly, it's a video game, and you would then expect certain consistency dynamics to apply. Also, it's tyres, dirt, and different surfaces. So, yes, if you have a giant vehicle with huge tyres that grip in a certain way on dirt, even if the gravity was different, even if the other stuff's different, you would still expect there to be some form of logical consistency between how the car grips on dirt versus how it grips on glass or something. And then you would also go from a game design perspective, you would think that you would be like, oh, well, that's a bit out of whack, so it's a bit weird from a game design perspective. So you've earned yourself hang on. I've got worse. My lips are too dry. I did with last time, it wasn't that bad. I'm learning. It's hard to play when you're laughing. It's hard to play. It's my first day, alright? Don't expect a concert performance. We're trying. Jesus Christ. We're trying. Oh, so dumb. Right. Okay, guys. Bloody hell, it's 9:30. I've wasted my life again playing driving games. I need to eat something and have a rest and hopefully do some AC or something. thanks for watching today. It's been great fun. We had some good races. I've had some donations. We had some new channel members. We've been wrecked. We've complained about force feedback and tyre models and netcode. What a classic. It was the first day with the didgeridoo, so that's great. We can only move up onwards and upwards. Let's send you to a legend of iRacing. He's competing for. We're competing with Beards at the moment. Give him a follow if you haven't. But yeah, thanks for taking part, guys. I'll see you soon. Hopefully we'll stream again tomorrow if I'm awake. But we'll have to do a little Exocross summary video. And I really want to do some AC soon. I really want to do a 45-minute AC race with LMP2 and GTE, but in AC with us hosting it, and see if we can get that to work really well, because I think that'd be a really fun format. Maybe if it's GT, even like if it's GT4, like the Porsche Cup versus some faster car, so there's more overtaking. But we'll have to try and fill the server up. So if you watch out for us, aim for like 4 or 5 PM tomorrow to get your ACs ready, and hopefully we can try and do that. I've not been feeling 100% well recently, so I might just be dead tomorrow. So I'll let you know in the Game of Muscle Discord, but hopefully we're all right. We'll see, but it'd be good to try either way. Bye guys.